You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
All writers are prone to becoming so attached to our characters and stories that we struggle to see why a passage may not be working. It takes another set of eyes to help us nurture our writing to full maturity. At Black Wolf Editorial Services, we strive to enable writers to develop and grow, shaping stories into masterpieces that can stand the test of time. Editing services are provided for all genres and all age categories. Services range from critiques of the short story through to the line edits of the full-length novel and copy editing for those preparing for publication. We also offer assistance on generating a writer's bio for your websites, as well as help with those book blurbs and promotional material. We won't abandon you to the masses. We want to celebrate with you in your successes. Black Wolf Editorial Services, nurturing your writing into maturity. For a full list of services and prices, visit us at blackwolfeditorial.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control over your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank account, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problems now by calling the experts at Tax Mediation Services and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. Tax Mediation Services is accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now for a free case review and a price protection guaranteed quote.
Call Tax Mediation Services now at 800-610-9050. That's 800-610-9050. 800-610-9050.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
This is Slickery Trigger for Rebel Road Tactical. With proper care and feeding, your pistol will be ready when you need it, there to save your life. Shouldn't your gear be that good? Whether you need a holster for comfortable everyday carry or a tough-as-nails holster for your next training course, Rebel Road Tactical has what you need. Check us out on the web at rebelroadtactical.com.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 1-800-516-7602 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 1-800-516-7602 to take your call right now. Call 1-800-516-7602. That's 1-800-516-7602. Again, 1-800-516-7602.
This is Rio of Madison Rising, and you're listening to our acoustic version of the Star Spangled Banner here on KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets right there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the
All right, this is Jesse. I am so happy to be with you guys. Now, this is election night. If you have found KLRN Radio tonight, you are listening to our special election 2016 results. First, I'm going to give a real 30-second explanation of why I played the Star-Spangled Banner tonight. It is our national anthem. We are voting in a new president today. What more appropriate show opener could I come up with? All right. Now, I'm not alone. I've got Jen from the Rick and Jen show. I've got Dan from Robinson and Wright. And I've got recurring guest Bill, a.k.a. Act Defend Wall Street. Jen, I'm going to let you kick it off.
All right. Well, so starting out here, things already don't look too great for Trump. But they have called Kentucky and Indiana for him right around 7 Eastern. So neither one of those are surprises, but he is winning there. We've also had a little bit of news come in that there has been a shooting in California. Bill, you want to talk about that real quick?
Unfortunately, there's not really much to talk about at the moment. It's just, it looks like there was some kind of, it looks like there was 3 people, 1 person dead, 3 injured in a shooting. Looks like it's a police officer involved shooting. Doesn't look like it was actually at the polling place. It looks like it was at a recreation center next door to it.
Yeah, it seems like this is something that's just nearby, but the initial reports were like, oh my gosh, it's happened at a polling place. But that's not really confirmed yet. It's close to a couple.
It's pretty close, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's heavily gun-controlled California, so a shooting, could happen anywhere.
Yeah, rattles people.
Oh, man.
I don't like to see shootings anywhere, guys.
No.
No.
Definitely not.
Absolutely not.
I mean, if you're at the range, taking out paper, have a blast. Or you're defending yourself, that's another story.
Yeah, it does say that someone fired on officers at the scene. None of the officers were hurt. It's been people around. So still not sure what the motivation was or anything around there. So
looks like the one DOA is probably the shooter.
That polling place is on lockdown, which people are already starting to kind of freak out about what that means for polls there. But I'm sure they will work it out.
California has like another 6 hours to vote, so.
And California's
I know. There's
blue.
still a long time, so they don't need to freak out yet. But that's what social media does. So.
Well, hey, Trump said from the beginning he's taking California, so we really need to wait until those results come in.
Yeah, we're gonna.
That would be like Hillary Clinton taking Oklahoma.
It's interesting. The down ballot damage right now doesn't appear to be as bad as perhaps as I thought it was.
No, because I think people really decided. There was a lot of talk going around that everybody was just going to go ahead and destroy the down ballot, but I think everybody rethought that. I think they decided that no matter who is elected president, that destroying the down ballot would be a really bad idea.
Right. I think you're right. Also, I think that there's a lot to be said for how people kind of talk about this kind of thing. They say, oh yeah, and screw Congress, and Congress has such a low approval rating. But when you actually look at people that are in Congress and their approval rating numbers from their actual, their own constituencies, they're much, much higher. So it's kind of a thing where people want to give the finger to everybody else's congressmen for not doing their jobs, but they tend to reelect or vote for their own congressmen. They like them, they keep them in office, which is also kind of the reason why term limits can be, term limits are kind of a wash there, because people go, oh yeah, I want term limits, except for my guy. I want my guy who I think is doing well. I want him in there fighting for me. So I think that we're kind of seeing that play out, that people aren't really putting their money where their mouth was as far as destroying the GOP down ballot.
Well, yeah, and that's like, people like to call me and tell me that I'm a sheep or I'm establishment or whatever. I was 100% ready here in North Carolina I don't care if I was voting for a Democrat or I was voting for a Libertarian. I was ready to vote against Burr here until the last month or so. I can't stand the guy. I really just can't stand him. But I voted for him today because I really feel like we really need to keep the Senate. I really can't stand the guy. I can't. It made me sick voting for him.
That's another interesting point, though, is that, as opposed to the alternative, if we want to keep the Senate, no matter who wins this election, which is going to be Hillary, but no matter who wins this election, if we want to keep the Senate to where we can actually fight against the administration, then it's kind of one of those between a rock and a hard place type things where that vote really matters.
But here's the question.
And that's what people don't understand, is how much the down ballot vote matters. I get told, if you don't vote for Trump, you're voting for Hillary. Whatever. I went in there today, and my only real choice to vote for was Johnson because of North Carolina. I mean, the only write-in that was legal in North Carolina was Stein. So I voted for Johnson, but I voted the down ballot. People don't understand how important the down ballot is. It's extremely important, and the down ballot was literally getting decimated by quote unquote our side. I mean, it's ridiculous, but I think people woke up to that. I really think that this whole thing has maybe been kind of a good thing, because I think a lot of people that weren't really awake to stuff like that are kind of awake to it now.
Stay woke.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. It's Alex Jones' favorite saying.
It's so ridiculous.
So he's doing pretty well in Florida, by the way.
He is.
All right.
In case anybody's paying attention.
All right.
Which
I'm going to butt in here for a minute,
which
guys.
surprises me with the Hispanic, basically.
I'm going to butt in here, guys. I just want to recap. So far, New Hampshire has been called for Clinton. 41%. Oh, no, for Trump, excuse me. So far.
They called it?
Well, according to the widget I've got pulled up, yes, Trump has 52%, Clinton has 41%. Indiana.
That could be the midnight voting, though.
Polls close at 7 p.m.
Yeah, but the only tallies that were done so far, I think, in New Hampshire are just from the midnight voting.
Indiana, with 11 electoral votes, Trump has 67.4%, Clinton has 28.8%. Kentucky, 67.5% for Trump, and Clinton has 28.5%.
Yeah,
but see, Indiana is hoping for
I'm looking
President
at New Hampshire
Pence.
right now. He has 32 votes in New Hampshire, and she has 25.
Okay, so that will probably update again.
Yeah, I think that's what that is. But the Florida looks pretty good right now. They've got 3% in on Florida right now, and he's quite ahead in Florida.
And like I was saying, that
thousands of
surprises me because they said there was a huge Hispanic turnout in Florida. So we'll see what happens there. I really don't think he's getting the Hispanic vote. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's getting it.
Yeah. The thing is that Ohio and Florida are pretty centralized to how he's going to win this, because if he can't pull Florida together, there's no way that he's going to win. Period.
So as of
It's just not gonna
7:14
happen.
p.m., 5:38, these are the predictions that 71% chance Clinton wins the presidency and 54% chance Republicans keep the Senate.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Interesting. Interesting.
And I can stomach that. Scary as it is, and as much as I really thought 2 years ago or a year and a half ago that there was no way Hillary Clinton could win, right now I'm stomaching that.
Yeah.
Hillary in the White House.
I think a lot of us have just
and we
resigned
keep the
ourselves to that
Senate.
anyways. Here, let's see. Oh, Marco Rubio outperformed real Donald Trump by 10 points in absentee voting in Miami-Dade.
She's now ahead of him by 10% in Florida with 4% in.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
Yeah.
And the other one where
If he
they said
loses
it was
Florida, he can't
massive,
win. There's
massive Hispanic turnout was Nevada. They said it was massive.
Yeah.
I mean,
Look, here's the deal. After they lost in 2012, right? They had this autopsy. They knew precisely what had caused Romney to lose generally. They chose not to go with it. They chose to go against the grain, and they decided to go this way. And they were given a multitude of options, a multitude of chances to get out of this. They didn't listen. And this is going to be, look, even if, let's pretend that we're insane here, even if he wins Florida, North Carolina, even if he wins Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and he holds on to Utah, Arizona, and picks up Iowa, he still loses by 20 electoral votes.
Right.
Yep. What people don't understand is that the Republicans go into every election with a deficit. They go in with a deficit. They have to win over votes. The Republicans have to win votes over. I'm not a Republican. The Republicans go in at about 47, 48%, and they have to win it over to push it over. I don't see him winning it over. I just don't see him winning it over. I mean, crazier things have happened, and we'll see. There's a lot more people voting than typically vote.
Except for I do want to give a little bit of anecdotal evidence about my experience here today. I was shocked. At the midterms in 2014, I waited in line for over an hour, not at lunchtime, not after work, during the middle of the day. I waited in line for over an hour to vote. In some of our local elections or state elections, I have waited 30, 45 minutes. I go on election day where there has supposedly going to be massive turnout and has been in the early voting also. And either everyone in my area took advantage of early voting like they never have before, or something's not adding up, because I seriously walked up I've always waited at least in a little bit of a line, but usually a long one. I walked up. There was not a single person voting, and nor did anyone come in while I was there. And then I left, and I still didn't pass anyone that was coming in to vote. It was so eerie and so weird, and that has been the reports all over Austin and various other places in Texas, which I just find really kind of crazy. I mean, it's not so crazy for a non-presidential election year, but for a presidential election, I've just never seen anything like it. It was really interesting. But it could just mean, I do know that they had incredible early voter turnout in Travis County where I am. So that, could have a lot to do with it. Maybe people were just so sick of this election, they were ready to get it over with, and they went ahead and early voted like they never had before. So,
well, I
had the
opposite.
Weird.
I had the opposite experience. I walked in this morning at 6:20 in the morning, and I stood in a line. I can pretty much guarantee you I had 300 people in front of me. Now, I have never voted in North Carolina and not been in and out in about 15 to 20 minutes. It took me an hour and a half to vote this morning. It was at a church, and I got to the outside, and I was like, okay, I probably have 100 people in front of me. They had it cattle corral Disneyland all the way through the church. I got through the front door, and I was like, oh, wow, I have like 300 people in front of me. So I had the opposite experience, and I had an idiot behind me that kept bumping into me, and I was getting pissed. I didn't want to. I didn't want to get my Irish up, because then everybody would have thought I was a Trump voter.
Well, I did think that it was kind of strange here because in Austin, which is notoriously a blue suckhole of Texas, a lot of times that turnout is because people are trying to keep this area, because there has been more conservative turnout here, more people that live here now that do go conservative. I meet people all the time, and everyone says, "Oh, Austin's so liberal," and it's like I know tons of people that are not, and people that have recently moved here that are not. And that's the thing; we get a lot of transplants, so that's part of it. But normally they are all super like rock the vote gung ho, like, and would totally be hashtag I'm with her. So it did kind of surprise me that I wasn't seeing just this overwhelming like voting support for Hillary. I thought, especially in a year when people have been, musing over whether Texas could be turning into a swing state. I just expected to see more of that. It was just strange. So, like I said, just an observation. It has no meaning whatsoever in any sort of results or making any real statement. But it does look like they're calling South Carolina the Senate seat for Tim Scott, which means this would be his first full term. So he's the first black senator from the South since Reconstruction that would be elected if this holds true.
I think it's interesting today that
they've called Scott. I just saw
dump
it.
trucks that are piled up around Trump Tower today. You guys see that?
That they what?
They have dump trucks piled up around Trump Tower because they're afraid of car bombs or somebody rushing a barricade. So what they did is the New York City Police Department took like 35 sanitation dump trucks and garbage trucks, and they filled them with 4 tons of sand, and they parked them all along the sidewalk outside of Trump Tower, and then they made a semicircle around the corners so you couldn't sneak around it.
Yep. You know what's funny is I saw some people trashing that on my TL today, making fun of it, liberals making fun of it, and I was like, wait a second, I have pictures that I took because I worked downtown at the time when Obama came right around South by Southwest in March of this year. They did the exact same thing to where he was. So
yeah, they always do that because it prevents car bombs, and it prevents anybody from rushing the.
It's a security
hitting
protocol.
the bill. Yeah, it's a security
right.
protocol. It keeps it from.
There were credible ISIS threats for Election Day. There were actual credible ISIS threats. I mean, I think that's smart.
There were more credible threats against the election, believe it or not. I was actually doing some reading on this today, because I normally cover the international scene. So I had to get my international news fix, even though I didn't do my show tonight. There were more credible threats against Election Day than there were against the Super Bowl.
That doesn't surprise me a
seems
bit.
that seems normal to me, actually.
Just like, yeah.
I don't know why, but
motivations are huge.
Huge.
Political motivations. People get insane, man. Y'all have seen this. I know we talked about it a little bit off air, but I mean, today I was a part of several people, which included Dan here, that we were tweeting fake voter fraud. We were making up names of towns with really ridiculous name, like I did. Maybe they're not all appropriate, but anyways, we were.
Jen, I think we've got someone joining us live on air.
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. And who, Meg, I'm going to guess you're one of the Madison Rising band members.
That would be correct. I'm the drummer.
Sam.
Sam is right, yeah. How you guys doing? Hope I didn't catch you by surprise.
I'm good at rolling with the punches.
Nice. Yeah, I was just listening, so, I mean, very interested in what you guys have to say. Good conversation, for sure.
Well, feel free to join in. I'm mostly being quiet because I'm pushing all the buttons.
Ohio.
Okay. Well, I did hear there was a Gary Johnson supporter, and I have to say that I felt really good about my vote today. So.
I did too. I didn't vote for either of the major parties, and I know that people have all sorts of presumptions about what that means and whether it's throwing it away or not. But I do know that I walked away feeling good about what I did, as opposed to needing a shower to wash it off.
Yeah, that's right. The thing, right? Like,
yep.
I gotta say, I voted for Johnson as well.
Nice.
That's sort of the thing, right? Like, Evan McMullen, come on, I mean, he's not going to win. He's going to win anything. Maybe he might win Utah, right? But you know what? At the end of the day, I can live with myself after voting for him, though.
My reason for voting with Johnson...
It's a bigger picture, too,
My reason for voting for Johnson is I know for 100% fact that my vote isn't going to change anything on a national level. I'm registered to vote in the state of Oklahoma, which I did, being a military spouse, I did an absentee ballot months ago.
Right.
However, what I did, my vote for Johnson could change something on the state level in such a dramatic fashion.
Right.
Because it's the first time the Libertarians have been on Oklahoma ballot in some time. And if they get more than a certain percentage of the votes, they get to stay on the ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So
yeah, exactly.
Prior to this, people that don't really know that are listening, Oklahoma is one of those states where the Libertarians have not they haven't had a place. So this vote is to, and a lot of people are strategically voting for the Libertarian Party, not necessarily for Johnson himself just because of that, but for the party, so that they can be on future ballots and can be considered an actual player in the game, which is cool.
Yeah. And, I mean, Gary Johnson was polling really well with the troops, and again, the media is so bad at covering these kinds of things. They just want to keep it divided. Major party status.
Sorry about that. We had a technical glitch. I'm going to have to re-add somebody. Give me just 2 seconds to argue with Skype.
Okay. But yeah, it's something that, again, the media, they're so just, it's Trump or Clinton, that's it, and people don't even know who Gary Johnson is.
Exactly. And I actually covered the Libertarian Convention for our station under its old call letters.
Oh, wow. Did you see what's the other Vermin Supreme? I think was one of the
Yes.
candidates there. It's
Yes.
the Looney
Well, he
Bunch
promised
for sure.
to give me a
Johnson's the
pony,
most
so
sane out of all
I
of them.
couldn't help but vote for him.
That's got to be such an interesting thing to be at. I mean, I would have loved to. Probably of all the conventions, the libertarian one has to be.
Okay.
Has to be more the fun party one.
First of all,
Right.
Dan, are you back with us? Dan, are you back with us?
Yeah, I am. I don't know what went on, but I was gone.
I noticed. All right, so first of all, let me tell you a little bit about the Libertarian Convention. I'm going to keep this real short and sweet because we got a commercial break coming up at the bottom of the hour. In the same convention complex area, there was a dance competition, a sci-fi fantasy convention, the Libertarian Convention, and some kind of sporting event, all taking place.
Wow.
Sometimes I couldn't tell if some of the people who were dressed up in sci-fi fantasy stuff were coming to the Libertarian Convention or the Sci-Fi Fantasy Convention. Especially when Vermin
There's
Supreme
a lot of
walked in.
overlap.
Yeah, there was. All right. Sam, can you hang with us through this commercial break?
Yeah, I'll be here.
All right. And I'm going to ask all of you to hang on there with us. We got to pay those bills. We will see you on the other side.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
All writers are prone to becoming so attached to our characters and stories that we struggle to see why a passage may not be working. It takes another set of eyes to help us nurture our writing to full maturity. At Black Wolf Editorial Services, we strive to enable writers to develop and grow, shaping stories into masterpieces that can stand the test of time. Editing services are provided for all genres and all age categories. Services range from critiques of the short story through to the line edits of the full-length novel and copy editing for those preparing for publication. We also offer assistance on generating a writer's bio for your websites, as well as help with those book blurbs and promotional material. We won't abandon you to the masses. We want to celebrate with you in your successes. Black Wolf Editorial Services, nurturing your writing into maturity. For a full list of services and prices, visit us at blackwolfeditorial.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control over your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank account, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problems now by calling the experts at Tax Mediation Services and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. Tax Mediation Services is accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now for a free case review and a price protection guaranteed quote.
Call Tax Mediation Services now at 800-610-9050. That's 800-610-9050. 800-610-9050.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
This is Slickery Trigger for Rebel Road Tactical. With proper care and feeding, your pistol will be ready when you need it, there to save your life. Shouldn't your gear be that good? Whether you need a holster for comfortable everyday carry or a tough-as-nails holster for your next training course, Rebel Road Tactical has what you need. Check us out on the web at rebelroadtactical.com.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 1-800-516-7602 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 1-800-516-7602 to take your call right now. Call 1-800-516-7602. That's 1-800-516-7602. Again, 1-800-516-7602.
Thank y'all for hanging in there while we paid those commercials. And as our special guest, Sam of Madison Rising.
What's going on, guys?
I want you to tell us about your experiences at the polls today, because you went to vote today.
Oh, yes. Well, fairly easy. I showed up to the local school and walked into the gymnasium, and within about 30 seconds I was in the booth, and then I knew what I was voting for, and that was it, and I walked out. There was no line for me, because I went at about maybe like 11:30 in the morning.
Okay.
Where are you, Sam?
Oh, I'm in North Jersey, in Bergen County. So not too far from New York City.
That's sort of where
I
am as well.
I went in at 6:30 this morning in North Carolina, and I had about 300 people in front of me.
Wow.
Yeah, I live in Morristown, and when I went to go and vote this morning, there was like 30 people there voting. It was crazy. It's the most people I've seen in New Jersey voting in a presidential election ever.
Wow. 30 people.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 30 people in the whole place. I mean, it was crazy. It was like the most people ever.
And I'm in Texas, and I had Dudsville. It was just completely dead. It was crazy. I was the only person at my polling location where I've typically waited an hour and a half to vote for, even in, non-presidential elections particularly. And I was the only person that came and went the entire time I was there voting. It was weird.
Well, I guess it's official that North Carolina is now a swing state because the turnout, I mean, I just talked to, before we went on the air, I talked to a guy I work with, and he went this evening to vote. He had about the same thing. It took him about an hour and 15 minutes to vote. So maybe we are officially a swing state now.
That's crazy. It's crazy. But, I do think that there are things about this election on both sides that are going to not necessarily continue in trend after this. I mean, this was such an insane situation with two of the most unlikable candidates that you could possibly imagine. And we'll see how the down ballot stuff goes. But if down ballot holds, true to each state for whether it's Republican or Democrat, then I don't really see this as being like a trend of how it's always going to be now. Like, when people were worried about Texas possibly entering the swing state zone, I was saying even if they did, I don't see that meaning that for all presidential elections in the future they will be, they will go Democrat or they will be a swing state or whatever. Because I think it has much more. It says so much more about the candidates that were nominated as opposed to people actually changing or the demographics changing as much. I know that there are areas where that is true, but I think overall, if other things kind of stay the course, then it has more to do with the candidates than it does with the actual people's beliefs and voting patterns.
All right,
Yeah,
I got to butt in here real quick.
That Trump is.
First of all,
I think that Trump is such a weak person that, look, even yes, he will win the state of Texas. He will win, places like probably Georgia, Tennessee, but what you're going to want to look at is you're going to want to look at these places where Ted Cruz, you're going to want to look at these places where Ted Cruz did better than expected, and you're going to want to look at what the turnout is this year for this election, and then you're going to want to see, how Trump is chasing the people that he ran against, and how he does versus Mitt Romney. Now, I know Laura Ingraham yesterday said, well, and I think they're preparing people now for this to eventually be a loss, because she said she was on Twitter and she said, well, even if he loses, he will still outperform Mitt Romney. And I'm like, yeah, by 4 electoral votes. Like, this is Mr. Populism. He's supposed to outperform everyone. He's supposed to outperform the person he's running against. He's not running against Mitt Romney 4 years ago. So, this idea that, look, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? So
no, it counts in one more thing there, Bill.
What?
It would count in one more situation. Nuclear war.
What's that? Oh, well.
You could get close and still annihilate your target.
You are.
All right.
But, yeah.
Sam, you're the outsider sitting in with us tonight, and I thank you for that. What's been your take over this whole election chaos?
Oh, man. Well, I've just seen control of thought. That has been a theme that I have seen. Everybody, again, I know I'm a bit biased. I'm, a Gary Johnson guy, but you look at the coverage and it's all just the Clinton-Trump, and the media wants you to just think in terms of those two parties. And so I think it's a bigger issue here. We're all being controlled, and there's supposedly like 7 different parties, I think, or something like that on the ballot. But man, we need more options, because if Trump and Clinton are the best 2 options that we could come up with, then we're in a lot of trouble. So we just need more choices. We need more, and with more choices, there should be more freedom, right? So,
dude, I can't possibly agree with you anymore. I'm not even a third party libertarian kind of guy, and I can't agree with that anymore. If this is, a lot of people will say, well, Trump did really well in the primary, and so therefore, inexorably, he should do really well against Clinton because he's the guy that won the primary. And I said, no, he's the guy that won the process. He is the best choice according to the process that we presently have available to us. That's what he is. He is the guy who won the plurality of votes. He's the guy that won an arbitrary contest. It doesn't mean that he's going to win the presidential election. Now, I think personally Ben Carson could have probably beaten Hillary Clinton because she's a mess. If Trump comes away with this, it's not because he's such a great candidate. It's because the person he's running against is such a terrible one.
Yeah, we've all seen the level of corruption. I think that's been another huge revelation from watching this campaign. It's just people just lie through their teeth, and there's just so much greed and corruption out there. And now you start thinking, okay, well, what's going to happen next? Like, do we just sit idly by, or what can we do to get through this? But I don't know if there is a way to break through it. Perhaps we're so corrupt at this point that it's going to have we're going to have to storm the castle at some point. We're going to have to get our pitchforks out and just all charge at the White House if it continues to get out of hand this way.
Which is interesting because I think that's what so many early Trump supporters thought they were doing. They thought that they were.
Right?
They thought they were bucking the system. They were cutting the legs off the establishment. They were annihilating the status quo. And it just wasn't true. But I think that was the idea and the passion behind a lot of people, and this so-called anger everyone keeps talking about, and the fed up feeling that so many in middle America, flyover country, whatever you want to call it, that that they were feeling, and that's why he's the candidate. And I think it was misguided at best.
All right,
Yeah.
Jen, I'm going to ask you to hold on for a minute.
Sure.
We have another one of our hosts who just jumped on with us, and that would be G. And I think there's somebody on this call he'd like to say hi to in particular.
Good evening, everybody.
What's up, G?
How we
Hi,
doing?
G.
Hey, G.
How's everybody tonight?
Good. And I'm going to put you just a tiny bit on the spot, but I know you can answer this one. What music do you play for your show intro?
I play Madison Rising for my show intro.
Oh, fantastic. Right on, man.
And this is Sam from Madison Rising, still on with us.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm glad you're spinning our music. There's actually going to be a whole new album coming out pretty soon, and so you'll have some new fresh music to spin.
Oh, yeah. And we've been playing the acoustic version of your national anthem for the past 2 days. In fact, I led off the show with it.
Ah, perfect. Yeah, Rio and AJ put that together. I think it's just a really nice extra bit of content and an extra bit of just another treatment of the Star Spangled Banner, and respectfully done, of course.
I've played it for several people today, and for those of you who are unaware, I am a United States Army wife, and I'm also a Gold Star. And I was at a meeting this morning, and I pulled out my phone and played it just off my phone, and everybody said it was fantastic.
Great, excellent.
So, gotta be careful playing it around the older vets.
I'm glad there's actually somebody else here from New Jersey. That's pretty good too.
Gotta be careful playing it around those older vets.
Wait a minute. Jersey?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, my. I mean, it ain't that bad.
It ain't that good. I've been there, my friend.
Hey, come on. Have you ever seen Route 17? That's pretty good.
Hey, guys, do we have any more election results?
I will give it up for Tom's River. Beautiful town.
Yeah, when it's not underwater.
Yeah, well, there is that.
I was just looking at it. I mean, nothing really. They're calling Vermont, of course, for Hillary, but that was no shocker. So the one still watching is New Hampshire. And
okay, they've got I'm watching on the TV, too. It's 270 to win, and Trump's got 24. Clinton's got just 3.
Right. In New Hampshire, they're still only showing there's about one person in, with her winning by about 4.5 points. So we'll see what carries on from there. That's a place where, some of us have a mutual friend who has said she's never seen so much kind of Republican nominee support there before. She's been really kind of astonished and encouraged by that. She's one of those, like many of us, that just thinks Hillary is so awful that anything would be better. So anyways, we're keeping an eye on that, but no real other updates at the moment, Jess.
I'll go ahead and tell you can throw Alabama's 9 behind Trump. He'll take this state, and yes, that's where I live right now. He'll take this state with at least 70%.
Well, I'm not running a 270 to win map, but I am looking at the results online, and so far, with just a little under 10% reporting, Florida is at 49.42% for Trump, and Hillary's at 47.63%, and Gary Johnson's at 2.09%.
Nice.
Gary Johnson is what screwed him. That would be hilarious.
Well, hey, if he wins New Mexico, I mean, it's highly improbable, but you never know. He could prevent either Trump or Clinton from reaching 270, and then the House would take it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then the House would have to choose from the top 2 electoral vote people.
Yeah.
And the Republicans still control the House.
Yeah. Yes, and likely will.
Thank goodness. But yes, we need that no matter who was to win. We need a Republican-controlled House. We talked about a little bit before you came on, G and Sam, that there had been kind of this effort on a lot of fronts or kind of a scare that there would be some down ballot destruction, but it seems to be holding pretty steady.
Which I'm really surprised about.
Yeah, it's been a strange election, I'll tell you that. I don't know what's going on.
Strange doesn't cover it.
Got that right. Yeah,
this is like watching a WWE. This is like watching a reality show, man. This is crazy. I mean, ordinarily you would think that, a dude running for president comes out on a day, out at a lectern and starts saying obscenities and calling his opponents, words for the, lady parts. You would think that that would just totally sink him, but I don't know.
Oh man, I mean, it was funny. There was a Gary Johnson meme. It was, the memes are huge now, all over social media, right? There's one. Clinton represents all that's wrong with politics, and Trump represents all that's wrong with our culture.
I saw that too, and I thought that was pretty apt.
That's really accurate.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have a lot of
I did my own out earlier today. I put my I voted sticker on my middle finger and took a picture of my hand flipping the bird and said that I did my duty and voted for someone other than her.
Yeah, that's great.
But, it is what it is.
Yeah, right.
And I know we're early, but I'm looking at some returns here. What's going on in South Carolina?
I was just about to bring that up. You beat me to the punch.
What's going on in South Carolina?
Oh my gosh! Yeah, she's winning.
They are leaning blue right now.
Really?
Yeah, it's close.
Is that early? Is that early voting?
South Carolina with
that's not early voting, but their polls should be closed by now, I would think.
Well, because usually the first tabulations on states with early voting and they do the absentee ballots first, then they do the early voting.
Oh, okay. South Carolina just flipped new numbers in, and it just turned big time. It went from 50% Hillary to 53% Trump on the last update just seconds ago.
Where are you pulling your numbers from?
Oh, I see that too. Yeah, I've got it too right here. On Decision Desk. Actually, they are showing 57. They're calling it. They're saying 57% Trump, 38% Clinton.
Yeah, well, what happens is they get the return data from those areas that have really large, dense populations, and it gets to a point where it's just insurmountable to get over the population difference, which is why Republicans can't win Pennsylvania, because they've basically stacked the deck in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia, and it's just there's just not enough Republican voters to get over that advantage.
I wonder if Pittsburgh offsets that this year, though, with all the foundry and manufacturing job losses there.
That would be interesting.
Maybe that would be interesting.
And I see right now that Virginia's actually leaning Trump.
Knock my socks off.
Yeah,
I know,
and
really?
So far with the percentages in Florida's looking Hillary, but it's close. That's going to come down to the wire. We may have another Florida fight debacle.
North Carolina is going to be the difficult one.
Neck and neck right now.
The Democrats are in court right now, I think, in Durham, trying to
get the polls open for an extra hour and a half.
Keep the polls open for an extra 90 minutes.
All they have to do is get in line. Why do they need them to stay open longer? As long as the people are there, they have to let them vote.
Well, the thing is that the voting machine stopped working, so...
Oh, okay. They're trying to buy extra time on a malfunction. I got you.
Yeah.
Unaware.
Yeah, there was a big thing where there was no voting taking place for like an hour and a half.
Yeah, I heard Colorado had an outage too, and they're trying to buy some extra time out there.
It was only in voter registration, apparently, from what I read.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, it was only voter registration. It wasn't actually the actual voting.
I see they've called West Virginia already too.
Yes, they have called West Virginia.
Not a surprise. I mean, really, you want to shut down coal country and then expect them to vote for you?
Yeah, that's not a
no. All right, guys, we do have another commercial break coming up. Sam, are you still good to hang with us?
Yeah, I could do one more segment with you guys.
That's great. I'm just trying to double check because while we are on break,
I appreciate you asking for sure. Yeah, I'll do another segment. It's a good conversation.
Hey, we try and have the stuff you don't hear on mainstream media.
Yes.
We try and bring in viewpoints that don't get the airtime. In fact, just not to brag, but several times earlier in the election season, we had Nicholas Sarwak on our station. He made 3 or 4 appearances.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, on our premier show, America Off the Rails. He's the president or chairman or whatever they call it of the Libertarian Party, for anybody who's listening who's not sure how to connect those dots. All right. I'm going to take the commercial break just a few minutes early, folks, and here's why. I have a feeling 8 o'clock is going to bring a whole new level of interest, and I want that commercial break to be out of the way.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
All writers are prone to becoming so attached to our characters and stories that we struggle to see why a passage may not be working. It takes another set of eyes to help us nurture our writing to full maturity. At Black Wolf Editorial Services, we strive to enable writers to develop and grow, shaping stories into masterpieces that can stand the test of time. Editing services are provided for all genres and all age categories. Services range from critiques of a short story through to line edits of a full-length novel and copy editing for those preparing for publication. We also offer assistance on generating a writer's bio for your websites, as well as help with those book blurbs and promotional material. We won't abandon you to the masses. We want to celebrate with you in your successes. Black Wolf Editorial Services, nurturing your writing into maturity. For a full list of services and prices, visit us at blackwolfeditorial.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control over your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank account, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problems now by calling the experts at Tax Mediation Services and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. Tax Mediation Services is accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now for a free case review and a price protection guaranteed quote.
Call Tax Mediation Services now at 800-610-9050. That's 800-610-9050. 800-610-9050.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
This is Slickery Trigger for Rebel Road Tactical. With proper care and feeding, your pistol will be ready when you need it, there to save your life. Shouldn't your gear be that good? Whether you need a holster for comfortable everyday carry or a tough-as-nails holster for your next training course, Rebel Road Tactical has what you need. Check us out on the web at rebelroadtactical.com.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 1-800-516-7602 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 1-800-516-7602 to take your call right now. Call 1-800-516-7602. That's 1-800-516-7602. Again, 1-800-516-7602.
All right. Thank y'all for hanging in there with us over that commercial break. And in just a moment, I'm going to let Sam from Madison Rising tell you about one of their upcoming events.
This is Rio of Madison Rising, and you're listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
He's at least still hanging out on my soundboard.
Oh, okay.
Haven't gotten him on air yet, but we'll see about that. I'll see if I can round him up in a minute.
Hey, you fooled me.
Well, it must be a good recording. Now, you have a concert event you wanted to mention before we get back to the political fray.
Yeah, there's a concert happening at Mohegan Sun. It's going to be November 11th, which is this Friday. Godsmack is going to be there, Dropkick Murphys, and we're going to be opening up for them. It's going to be quite a show. We're helping out vets. Big event. There's going to be a job fair there, the whole thing. So come on out and check out some 3 great bands. Again, you're getting Godsmack, you're getting Dropkick Murphys, and then you're also getting some Madison Rising.
If I can make
you guys and Dropkick Murphys, I might need to come up to Jersey this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a great show.
Where is it? I'll go.
Yeah, Mohegan Sun, November 11th.
The one in Connecticut?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's Uncasville. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, I know where it is. That's cool. Yeah, I'll look that up.
Great, it's only a 20-hour drive for me.
Yeah.
It's like an hour drive for me.
All right. Thank you for telling us all about that, Sam. Now, we've had one other person join us while we were off playing those commercials and paying those bills, and that would be Leslie.
Good evening.
And she and Bill are old friends on air. And I'm
coming in with breaking news, everybody.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's awesome. I'm hearing that someone in the Clinton campaign has leaked a portion of her anticipated victory speech tonight, assuming she wins. So I have this little transcript, just of a couple of phrases from it. Hang on, I'm going to read this for you. I feel like I've heard this before, though, somewhere. Billy, help me out. The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed, but I assure you my resolve has never been stronger. In order to ensure the security and continuing stability, the Republic will be reorganized into the first galactic empire. I feel like she ripped that off of somebody.
Your speechwriter, George Lucas.
Wow.
That's great.
No? Is that, you think that's a false flag, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know. Stay woke.
Stay woke. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Leslie, how you doing?
Hi, geez. It's our first time together. Or is that Dan?
Yes.
Trump wins Missouri, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Tennessee.
I could have told you Oklahoma this morning.
Yeah, I know. just saying. Just keeping everybody up to date.
Thank you.
Thank you for your music. And I actually live about an hour and a half away from Mohegan Sun, so I'll definitely share that information with my friends and family.
Yeah, perfect.
My retired mom.
Right now they're showing Clinton at 68 and Trump at 67.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Jeez.
Getting close.
Oh man,
getting
it's
close.
so divided.
Yeah.
It's so
They're
divided.
calling Delaware, D.C., Maryland, Massachusetts, Jersey,
Yeah, that's right.
and Vermont for Clinton.
Oh my God! You know, and I told Christy to shut that bridge down. What the hell?
I know.
Jersey is
God
Jersey
can't do
is
anything
a
right.
strange place. Well, it's because we're so close. So close to New York City. I mean, and I'm not a huge fan of New York City. I avoid it at all costs. But I just happen to live pretty close to there. So there's a lot of liberals around here, and they think I'm nuts.
I used to live in Jersey City, so I feel your pain.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a very diverse city.
Yes, it's very diverse. All one diverse of it.
Yeah. Right.
Oh no, I think they have Muslims now.
Yeah. It was ranked like the number 4th, like the 4th most diverse in the country. Like.
Yeah. But you know what's weird is Jersey City is actually the second most populated city in the United States. I'm sorry, on the East Coast besides Newark.
Really, you guys love to be close.
Yeah, not me. That's why I moved.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Sam,
move to New Jersey. Your neighbors are so close you can smell them.
Sam, by the way.
No, I've heard many of those.
I just popped into the chat room and Ron, no, it's not Ron, it's Slickery Trigger, one of our favorite regular fans. He happens to make holsters for sidearms. Says that Madison Rising kicks serious tail.
Nice.
So
yeah,
right. Thank you for that.
Rebel Road Tactical.
So like I said, even with our listeners, you are in safe company. And I can't remember Slick's real name. Slick, if you're listening, type it in chat for me so I can call you out properly.
That'd be Gary.
I just call him Slick, and he's awesome.
Yeah, he is great. But yeah, he's got a company called Rebel Road Tactical, and he does holsters.
He does custom Kydex holsters.
Yes,
he does.
That's sexy.
Oh my! I wish we had some Alabama numbers, folks. I'm sorry it takes them so long to count, but they do have to take their shoes off and everything.
Yeah, I'm looking now. What do we got? Trump with 37, it seems. Clinton's got 68 for the electoral votes.
With 30% in, I'm
showing at 68, 67 right now.
I'm showing with 30% in, Virginia is 53% Trump.
Yeah, Virginia's still leaning red.
Ohio
I have to say, I'm
shocked. Clinton.
Shocked, I tell you, that Clinton it was called for Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be this is the cold hard truth, but I'm going to say it, and I've been thinking about this, and I know a lot of people that are voting for Clinton simply because she's a woman, and that it's just so disturbing that, like if Hillary were male, I don't think she would even have a shot right now.
No,
so
she
it's
would.
just like one of those hard truths that people refuse to acknowledge.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well,
I think that it's so discouraging that so many people, will hang their hat on something like that, as opposed to actual qualifications or looking at who the person is and what their history and who they are.
Right.
So it's quite frustrating. I have several liberal in-laws and that kind of thing, and I understand the historicness of it and people getting hyped about that kind of thing. It's similar to what happened with Obama, but for goodness sakes, let's not vote with body parts.
Well,
let me tell you something about that,
Jen.
Jen. That kook Wendy Davis, who had the failed run for governor in Texas, she tweeted something today about encouraging women to vote for Hillary Clinton and, blah, 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 organs. And it had a cartoon of Hillary Clinton with a T-shirt, with a pink T-shirt with a uterus and ovaries, like, up on the chest of the T-shirt.
Oh, I saw that. Is that where that came from?
Like, We're like,
one of my
look.
favorite responses to that was someone that did in all caps, like super crazy, was like, "Oh my God, that's not even where it's supposed to be. Someone get that woman to the doctor."
No kidding. It's like generally, I mean, we all know generally for women, it's like the top lady parts tend to go down as you get older. It's not the lady parts down there, like go moving up in your body.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably something you want to consult WebMD about, right?
I said something. I mean, it was yesterday or the day before. I said, "This is where we are. We have two nominees. One is basically in the lead, even though she is a complete and total criminal because she has a vagina, and the other one is catching up because he's depending on somebody like Julian Assange to release emails. That's where the selection is. We are either we're either vagina or leaked emails. That's what's going to win the election.
In there. She's not a criminal because she has a vagina. She is in fact a criminal vagina.
Oh my God.
I want to clarify that. I want to put like a Sean Hannity comment in there someplace.
Welcome to the herd.
I think I read that was like one of the next Marvel villains.
Yes, uterus lady.
Criminal
Next to black gay Muslim Superman.
Criminal vagina.
Yeah. That would go over very well. So well, you know. You think about it.
Hey guys.
You had
CNN says that Donald Trump leads 68-48 in the race to 270, and that is according to, Clinton leads Trump 68-48 according to CNN. Excuse me.
Oh, those are two different.
Well, see, I'm looking at Fox, and Fox has Trump at 67, but that doesn't surprise me.
One of these things is not like the other.
And I'm looking at Bing, which has Clinton projected at 66 and Trump projected at 49.
Mm-hmm. Ace of Spades isn't saying nothing.
Well, what's he going to say?
I
need my Ritalin now.
No, decision desk. Ace of Spades decision desk is Trump at 28 and Hillary at 3, and that's it.
Live feed from Ace's bunker.
Themselves from him, didn't they? I mean, it was his baby, but I think they disassociated themselves from him, which is
Der Krieg ist verloren.
Interesting.
I wanted to throw something in here. Did anybody see Ann Coulter saying that if everybody that had two grandparents that were born here were voting that Trump would win by like 80%.
Yeah, 4.
That would put Trump
grandparents are married to your other grandparents.
What's that?
I thought it was interesting because it was like if all four grandparents, if that was the rule, all four grandparents were born here. I loved the person that pointed it.
Ann Coulter wouldn't even be able to vote in the damn election because her grandmother's from Scotland.
Yeah, I'm out.
Right.
My vote.
So if it doesn't allow you to vote for somebody, then they shouldn't be able to run for president either, right? I mean, by that logic.
I mean.
What? That's one of my favorite tweets from this entire election. I gotta say, what?
But see, by that logic, now see, let me fry Ann Coulter's logic for you, because I have a grandparent that is from Spain, but yet I also have a grandparent who's an indigenous American people. So would that not override?
Oh, that counts as double.
No. I don't think so. I think in her world, that doesn't qualify.
No. Native Americans, that count as double in white privilege bingo.
Nope. No. I don't think that she would think that. I think that she would say that if you had a grandparent, especially if they were already born, like if they were traced back that far, then disqualified. And then also if you had a grandparent,
you're saying they count as foreigners. You're right, Jen.
But it was on a reservation or something. She'd say not really American territory. Not really the United States.
I mean, technically I'm only half white, but I mean, I'm not brown enough to be brown. I'm not red enough to be red. So, I mean,
Right. I mean, I'm American Indian, but, it's just,
Everybody's American Indian now, Jen.
I was at a powwow this summer that I go to every year. How about
Come on, you can't say that. That's racist.
Well, Jen, you're
It's
the
not
one
when
that
it's my
went to
people.
Mohegan Sun with
I went
us on
home to my
Friday.
people.
It's only racist if you roast corn.
That's the argument that kills me. So my great-grandparents, my grandparents, and my parents were born here, and I was born here, but I'm not an indigenous person of this country.
There you go.
The argument doesn't
Wait, where
stand.
you from, playa?
Yeah, I was going to say.
All right, so Sam, you got to admit this is conversation you don't hear on mainstream media.
Yeah. Oh man. I wanted to say something real quick about the Democratic Party, what they've done, which is quite brilliant, unfortunately. But you had Obama, right, first black president, and then they lined it up so that Hillary would be the next to run, and could potentially be the first female president. So now, I mean, they thought it through many years in advance, and I don't know what the Republican Party was doing, and I think that's just really, we're seeing it now, a master plan that may come to fruition, and I mean, it's quite scary,
They're going to prep one of the Castro brothers out of Texas to go next time.
That's why I'm saying the Republicans have got to find a transgender Jew that's conservative to run. Otherwise, we're screwed.
You telling me we can't find one on Twitter right now?
Oh, I'm sure we could in about 3 minutes flat.
You guys are hilarious.
I guarantee you I have 15 that follow me that would sign up tonight if we get them tonight while they're drinking.
Well, I have a theory, too. The Republicans, if they had just come out and said, hey, we support marijuana legalization, I think they would have gotten a lot more votes. You look at the population, what's going on with that, and I think that's kind of a missed X factor that the Republicans weren't willing to concede on,
Which is also kind
Gary
of
Johnson got my vote.
Yeah, Gary Johnson was. See, that's why he ran with the Republicans, because he's the only one that's really saying, "Hey, let's legalize this and bring in some money into the economy." And but I think that would have really swung the vote towards the Republican side.
Yeah, but Gary heard his own name and said, "What's a Johnson?"
Oh. Yeah, Gary. I still like him. He's a bit of a goofball, but he actually does make some sense, and having all the troops supporting, there's a lot of troops that supported him, and I just feel like it was overlooked because he wasn't, covered as much in the media.
Well, I think the Republican Party
I think the Libertarian
really
Party
stuck.
really screwed up by not nominating Peterson. But
interesting.
I
think the Republican Party is really stuck between classical liberalism and social conservatism. I myself am finding myself to be, as I get older, a classical liberal, although I'm not really ready to say I'm a libertarian yet. So when you say, Sam, which is an excellent point, and it's a point that many people that I respect very much have made, that if Republicans could embrace some of these libertarian policy positions, they would appeal to new demographics and new portions of the electorate.
Exactly.
And I agree with that.
You get it.
But you still have a social conservative, a big social conservative element of the base. And there's nothing wrong with that either. And I don't know the answer to how we can, how we can make the big tent, if you will, and have people come together and vote, for some sort of baseline of conservative principles where we have, some very polarizing differences about issues like that.
Yeah.
Yep. So you guys are smart.
Well, I identify
I love this guy.
as a classical liberal, and I do it because I love to have people call me a liberal because I identify that way.
Right.
I'm a glutton for punishment, because I hate the fact that there's no civics taught in schools these days. But a classical liberal is what the Libertarian Party should have been. I left the GOP 13 years ago for the Libertarian Party, and I've now left the Libertarian Party. They are not classical liberals. A classical liberal is a constitutionalist, a federalist. That's what I call myself now, a classical liberal or a federalist. That's the way this country needs to move. Whether I can make that happen and people I work with can make that happen, who knows? But we may be lost. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. It's scary. The foreign policy thing is scary too, you know. And I'm sure we may have a lot of interesting perspectives on that. You guys may disagree with me on this, but I tend to agree that we've got ourselves spread way too thin, and we're actually, by meddling in other countries' businesses, I don't think they like it very much. I think it only causes more problems. We need to be smarter without sacrificing our strengths. So.
I mean, that's basically why the Germans lost the war, right? Because they tried to fight a war on 3 different fronts, and
yeah, exactly.
It was absolutely untenable. They're trying to fight for gas in North Africa, and they're trying to fight us on the, on the Western Front, and they're trying to fight the Russians on the East. And I don't want to go into a Hitler comparison with Trump, but look, when you take a guy who doesn't know, a thing about anything, and you put him in charge of a bunch of other stuff, and there are people that know better than him, but he still wants to do it his way because, either he's an idiot or he's narcissistic. These are the types of failures of form and function that you have.
What?
Everything you said also applies to Obama, but I don't disagree with you about Trump.
No. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Is that, you have a lot of failures of form and function of government and everything else when you take somebody who really doesn't know anything. A really good leader knows when to shut up and let somebody else do the work.
Right, yes. Exactly.
Sometimes leading is just delegation,
or even
right?
talk.
So
yeah, I mean, the whole concept of a leader, I mean, that could be a whole discussion right there. It's something that's been lost. What makes a good leader? Some people might think, it's someone who talks really loud, it's someone who, is very charismatic, but I don't know. Sometimes a great leader is going to be someone who, like you said, knows when to step back, knows when to, push, hold people up, encourage others to be great. A leader is someone who can inspire others.
Somebody who brings other people
I don't feel very
to the forefront
right now. What's going on?
Absolutely, Sam, and that's also the difference. Exactly what you said is the difference between a leader and a cult of personality.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You said cult of personality. That was the next word out of my mouth.
Yeah, there we go.
Because that's exactly what Trump is, right? Like, and the question that I always ask people who are friends or family of mine or just random geeks on Twitter is I say, look, what has Donald Trump done for you or done in his life that has earned you this insane loyalty for him? Like, what has he done to earn your loyalty to this degree that,
They can't answer it.
Of course they can't, because what's the answer? I don't know.
What have you done for me lately?
Not a damn thing. Look, I'll tell you, sir.
There was a tweet. There was a tweet the other night. I won't name the person. Some of you will recognize it but she's in Minnesota, and the tweet was, it was a picture of Trump's plane on the tarmac, and it said, "My God, Emperor has landed. Thank the Lord."
Oh, geez, yes.
Was it Milo?
Oh no.
Get
no,
it?
He said an actual woman.
See what I did there?
Yeah, right. But and then 2 tweets later, she was like, "Trump is 30 feet away from me. I am sitting here literally crying."
That's
this
very
is
Obama.
A problem. This is a problem.
Yeah, this is what happened with Obama. It was all of this fanfare and this unhealthy attachment to politicians for non-political reasons. I mean, it's just it's emotion over rationality. I mean, over realism.
Yeah. And you know what? I would argue
it's the same
that John F.
disease,
Kennedy
just
was 1,000 times
a different
better.
side and a different candidate.
That's right, John. John F. Kennedy was better at what, Billy?
I would argue that John F. Kennedy was 1,000 times better at being a leader and being a person and being an administrator than Obama ever would be, and he never enjoyed this. I mean, the Kennedys, for what they were, they had a lot of celebrity, but it was mostly sort of just, hey, he's young and he's got new ideas and all that kind of stuff, right? It wasn't like, oh my God, the president is, Jesus come to life in a black body.
I'm just thinking about this right now. I think part of the appeal of the cult of personality appeal of the Kennedys was because you don't have you didn't have the same Hollywood situation as you do today. So I think part of that was a more cultural appeal.
Absolutely.
And now you have a ton of people that you can adore culturally, but then, Obama took it to a different level politically. I don't think anybody loved the Kennedys because they were like, he's going to take care of us.
Yeah, because they thought he was cool. That's all.
Right. But, the Obama and the Trump and the Hillary thing, which is the most terrifying part for me, is they're going to take care of us. And that's really the only thing that terrifies me about the direction that our country is going.
Yeah, remember Kennedy said, ask not what your government can do for you, ask what you can do for your government.
Your country, yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but didn't Ronald Reagan say that the most feared words he could think of were, I'm from the government, I'm here to help?
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, the thing that scares me the most about, it's not even cult of personality, from what I said just a little while ago, is the one word, emperor. These people want to be ruled. They don't want to be led. I mean,
that's true.
Why do you think
a president is supposed to work for us. We aren't supposed to work for a president.
They're supposed to serve.
I believe there was a Madison Rising song that was in the days that Reagan ruled. It wasn't reign, but, he was ruling over the country and doing what he could to help us. But it doesn't mention him at all as reigning like a dictator.
Yeah,
well, an emperor. An emperor is a dictator.
All right, Sam's trying to get a point in edgewise, guys.
Oh no, I was just saying that was the Reagan song. That goes way back. That was 2011. We released the self-titled debut album.
Trust me, I've got them all, and I've seen you in concert in person.
Very nice.
Sam, you may appreciate that my vote for the top of the ticket was a write-in early vote. My choice for president was Ronald Reagan Zombie, and my vice president is Sweet Meteor of Death.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh man.
And my ballot is on Twitter if anybody thinks I'm lying.
Sweet Meteor of Death, like most politicians, has failed to deliver on his campaign promises, is all I'm saying.
He's waiting for the provisional and absentee ballots. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, I'll lay off him for a hot minute.
Yeah.
I was tempted to vote for Sweet Meteor of Death just so that when the county clerk here counts all the votes in Bergen County, she has to actually tally up a vote for Sweet Meteor of Death. I was tempted to do it just so that she would have to do that.
Oh, I should add that when we went to early voting, me and my Doberman and my Doberman's dad went to early voting. My Doberman voted twice because we're in Massachusetts and he's a Democrat. He voted once on a rock on the way in, and he voted the second time on a tree on the way out.
So once for Trump, once for Clinton.
I don't know. I think
he canceled himself out.
He probably leans toward the Green Party.
Yeah, I think he sounds like a Green Party supporter. He likes his rocks and his trees. All right, folks, before we go to commercial break, before we go to commercial break, I do have a few actual election things I want to read. I know, boring part of the night. Texas, believe it or not, has been flipping back and forth, Jen, between Trump and Clinton. It's currently with 0.5% reporting, and I'm using the Bing, is 49.34% Trump and 46.23 Clinton, but for a brief moment, Clinton was in the lead.
Yeah, they were ahead when some of the counties in San Antonio and around Austin were reporting and at greater percentages. But let me just say something about this, and I've said it before on my show, is that this idea, I think it's going to be closer than it's been in the past between red and blue. But you know how people call Middle America like flyover country, with sandwiched between the coasts, it doesn't matter, yada, yada, yada. I think that people really underestimated in looking at all of this stuff and analyzing Texas. They underestimate Drive-By Texas. And I think that Drive-By Texas, even if they're not enthused by Trump, are going to punch the GOP ticket like they always do. They won't be having signs up about it. They're not going to be rah-rahing and making such a big stink like they more overwhelmingly have done in the past for candidates like, say, George W. Bush, which was really the biggest one, of course, because was our governor. But I do think that that's been overlooked some, and we've concentrated on the areas in San Antonio, Austin, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and kind of forgotten about all of the areas in between and outside of that are just not going to stomach a Hillary win.
All right.
Jen, what does Drive-By Texas mean? Just the areas in between the bigger cities?
Same kind of thing. Yeah, like not one of the major urban centers, like all the places you would drive through along the interstates or even not the interstates, to get to those bigger centers where there's more measurable polling going on.
All right.
And
guys,
just because there was interest in it, Alabama, according to Fox, has just been called for Trump, and Trump is up 76-68.
Yep.
And Florida, I have, and again, I'm using Bing. If anybody else has better numbers, please let me know. With 61.4% reporting, Trump is at 48.57, and Hillary Clinton is at 48.4.
That thing's going to be so close.
North Carolina with 9% reporting, Hillary Clinton is at 51.64, and Trump is at 45.9. And with that, guys, we do have to go pay some bills. So we are going to take another commercial break.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
All writers are prone to becoming so attached to our characters and stories that we struggle to see why a passage may not be working. It takes another set of eyes to help us nurture our writing to full maturity. At Black Wolf Editorial Services, we strive to enable writers to develop and grow, shaping stories into masterpieces that can stand the test of time. Editing services are provided for all genres and all age categories. Services range from critiques of a short story through to the line edits of a full-length novel and copy editing for those preparing for publication. We also offer assistance on generating a writer's bio for your websites, as well as help with those book blurbs and promotional material. We won't abandon you to the masses. We want to celebrate with you in your successes. Black Wolf Editorial Services, nurturing your writing into maturity. For a full list of services and prices, visit us at blackwolfeditorial.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control over your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank account, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problems now by calling the experts at Tax Mediation Services and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. Tax Mediation Services is accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now for a free case review and a price protection guaranteed quote.
Call Tax Mediation Services now at 800-610-9050. That's 800-610-9050. 800-610-9050.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
This is Slickery Trigger for Rebel Road Tactical. With proper care and feeding, your pistol will be ready when you need it. There to save your life. Shouldn't your gear be that good? Whether you need a holster for comfortable everyday carry or a tough-as-nails holster for your next training course, Rebel Road Tactical has what you need. Check us out on the web at rebelroadtactical.com.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 1-800-516-7602 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 1-800-516-7602 to take your call right now. Call 1-800-516-7602. That's 1-800-516-7602. Again, 1-800-516-7602.
All right. Thank y'all for hanging in there with us through that commercial break. Now, Sam, as we do with every guest before they say goodbye, and I should have done this before the commercial break, but thank you for hanging through it to do it now. Please give out all the social media information where people can find Madison Rising.
All right, guys. Madison Rising. We're on Facebook. We have a main page. We're also MadisonRising.com. Come out to the show at Mohegan Sun November 11th for Vets Rock with Godsmack and Dropkick Murphys. And we have a new album coming out. We have a new single out called Dangerous, which is currently out. So be on the watch. This is going to be the first album with Rio Hyatt as our lead vocalist, and we are very excited for the rock and roll direction that we'll be taking on this new album. So be on the lookout. Thanks, guys. I'll see y'all soon.
Thank you very much, Sam. It's been an honor to have you.
Take care, guys.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay, so now I have a very important question that everybody needs to immediately give me some feedback on, okay?
Yes, I do wear underwear.
Okay.
Yes, I am drinking.
That wasn't it, but that's good to know.
Just guessing.
Do you think when Ace of Spades hangs himself, he will use a sheep shank or a cross knot? I'm just asking, okay? It's just a question.
That he ties a slip knot as a cry for help, but it doesn't slip.
I'm sticking with my original answer.
I'm just sitting here shaking my head going, and I gotta herd these cats for another couple of hours? How you doing there, G?
I know you asked during the commercial break. I just pulled up the details on North Carolina's governor's race. The Democrat Roy Cooper is right now at 53% to McCrory's 45% with 10% reporting.
We're screwed.
It was actually Dan that asked that, but that's good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, guess what, everybody? I'm moving to Georgia. Just letting you know, I'm moving to Georgia.
Well,
that's cool.
Stay away from Atlanta.
Northern or southern?
I don't even care at this point. I'm just going to keep moving. I'm going to keep moving until I end up in Texas. I'm just going to keep moving until I end up in Texas.
According to Bing, South Carolina has been called for Trump with 58.52%, to Hillary Clinton's 38.04% with 12.78 of the vote reporting.
All right.
That's right. I'm going to lose. In North Carolina. North Carolina is going to completely go blue because the governor didn't want men in the bathroom with my daughters. Okay, that's fine. I will leave a state that wants men in the bathroom with my daughters. I'll just leave it.
Speaking of Georgia, with 8.14% of the vote in, Trump is at 68.3%, and Hillary Clinton is at 29.65%, and Gary Johnson is at 2%.
Way to go, Gary.
I think Bill has made a lot of good points during this election season. And of course, it's nice to celebrate to the extent that we want to celebrate the Republican candidate winning solid Republican states. But it is troubling that how shit, I have a lot to say. So sorry. Bleep it. Sorry.
I'm glad you remember what I said because I don't remember it.
Bill, you made a lot of points about how Trump fans have been celebrating his poll victories, him being ahead in the polls of states that are supposed to be red.
Yeah, like
the
Georgia
Republican
or Missouri.
Is supposed to be way, way ahead in those states. And the Trump campaign has had to brag about it at times because they were only narrowly ahead in the recent polls. And it's disheartening. And I want to give you props for pointing that out a lot. And so tonight, you can be like, woohoo, Trump won the reddest state in the country. Woohoo, check mark for red. And, it's sad.
Well, speaking of states and winning,
that's a victory lap that's been done consistently for the last 3 or 4 months now.
Oh, yeah.
Where polls will indicate things like he's surging in Texas by 10 points ahead of her.
Right?
And
get out of here.
Kellyanne Conway will literally go on Twitter and go, Trump is surging, y'all. He beating that nasty old lady by 11 points in Texas. Mm-hmm.
Like, you sure that was Kellyanne and not Scotty Nell?
Doesn't really matter which Trump supporter.
I can't tell the difference
surrogate
anymore.
it is.
Now we're going to have to talk about Mazel Tov cocktails in about
But the
5 minutes.
the point remains. The point remains. You have states like Georgia and Missouri and Mississippi and Ohio, don't you know, that like he's just supposed to win. And they'll go, well, he's up 10 points in Georgia. He's up 15 in Missouri. I go, dude, come on. What do you have nothing else to brag about? So you tell me he's up 15 points in Missouri? Dude, if he don't win Missouri by 90% of the vote in that damn state, he's a failure.
Yep.
Okay, whoa. First of all, on the air warning, watch the mouths. Second of all, Ohio with 20.48% reporting. Hillary Clinton is at 49.46%. And Donald Trump is at 46.79%.
But here's the shocker on the board, though. Virginia right now, 63% reporting, 50% for Trump, 45% for Hillary. With 63% reporting in Virginia.
That is the shocker of the night.
But see now North Carolina, if Trump wins North Carolina or Virginia, North Carolina just cancels it out, basically. I mean, you would expect Hillary more to win Virginia than you would North Carolina. Yes. But it's I'm moving.
Well, that's what I did. That's what I'm doing. I'm moving out of New Jersey and I'm moving to Texas because look, they turn blue states into hellholes, and this is what Democrats have consistently done through centralized planning and through populism and all other kinds of disgusting isms that they have, and that's why you're seeing some of these states
Okay, Republicans are going to retain control of the House of Representatives. That has been called. That they retained enough. And Republican Todd Young of Indiana has been elected to the Senate. Republican Richard Shelby of Alabama was reelected to the Senate. And Donald Trump of Alabama has been called for Trump. Tennessee's been called for Trump. And South Carolina has been called for Trump. Marco Rubio of Florida has been reelected to the Senate. Democrat John Carney elected governor in Delaware. Trump has also won Oklahoma. Clinton won Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and D.C. Republican Langford of Oklahoma. Republican Langford of Oklahoma. Democrats Blumenthal of Connecticut. And there was one more. I just missed it. Give me 2 seconds to find it again. And Ben Holland of Maryland were elected to the Senate.
All right.
And I am just going through my AP notifications here. And let's see. We also already announced Rand Paul of Kentucky has won. Tim Scott of South Carolina has won. And Patrick Leahy of Vermont was reelected. And of course, Indiana and Kentucky have already been called for Trump, and Vermont has been called for Clinton.
All right.
And they also said there were at least 4 people injured in the shooting that we mentioned at the very top of the show in Azua, California. And fire department reports multiple agencies are still on the scene. I think that catches us up on the news we're actually here to cover.
Awesome. Jenny, you had a topic that is a great topic to start on.
Well, I thought, let's kind of talk about how this has been, I don't know, by pundits, but also sort of Trump's campaign. Kellyanne has kind of pushed some of this. We've heard a lot of setup for saying rigged, or fraud, or whatever else. I mean, what will that mean if there are several of these do or die states that are very close? What is that going to mean for us in the coming weeks or even years?
I don't think it changes the map very much. I think you have a really odious, terrible man at the top of the ticket. Obviously, the voters are largely ignoring it, it seems. The House is going to stay, although the House I don't think the House is really too much in question anyway.
Not so much as the Senate.
Yeah, the Senate's going to be where the bleeding is going to happen, but, look, here's the deal. Even if he wins, and I've said this 1,000 times, even if he wins Florida, and he basically runs the table, if he wins Florida, he wins Ohio, he's still not going to win. Because in order for him to win this race, he's going to have to win Nevada. He's going to have to keep Utah, which I would say is ridiculous at best. Dana Loesch is on TV. He's going to have to win Colorado. He's going to have to win New Mexico. He's going to have to win Pennsylvania. I mean, how does he win? I don't see it. He will outperform expectations tonight, I think, but he's not going to outperform the one thing that truly matters, the person he's running against.
Billy, I think the question of this topic is, where do we go with the accusations that the system is rigged?
Oh.
Next to nowhere.
The system's not rigged. It's just not.
I'm saying, but if you have a plurality of the electorate that believes it is, because perhaps if you get to a couple of these too close to call states or other things, and you have, as they say, the angry bunch of voters, where do we go? That's the topic.
Well, here's reality. If you were to rig the election in 2012, the difference between Mitt Romney and President Obama in 2012 was somewhere around 12 million votes. Now, obviously, it was in disparate states. It's not all concentrated in one state, but you have margins of difference in many of these states. Not every battleground state is Florida. Not every battleground state is going to be North Carolina like it is this particular cycle, right? Most of these states that were close, they're not really close. They're 300,000 or 400,000 vote differences. Some of them even by 1 million or 1.5 million or worse. So to say that there's widespread systemic voter fraud, it's an argument that doesn't hold water. Because in order to do it, you would have to have successfully devised a method by which you would create hundreds and quarters of millions of fake votes. It's not possible. It's about as feasible as deporting 15 million people. This is the year of angry conspiratorial Republicans that don't know anything. No, absolutely not. I mean, look here. The Trump campaign has been saying for the last 2.5 weeks that there is widespread voter fraud in the city of Philadelphia. What would be the point?
Yeah,
what would be the point of doing that?
Right. It's going to go blue regardless.
Yes. And not only is it going to go blue, it's going to go blue by millions of votes.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
What would be the point of committing voter fraud?
Jen?
Yes.
Where you at? It's your topic. Where you at?
I think that this does even further damage. I think that it will, I get that it's like, oh, I don't think it'll matter in the long run. Yeah. But I'm talking about the political climate for the next few weeks and even on into the next few months of this kind of idea that top level people in these campaigns and idiot pundits on TV or otherwise would be pushing the fraud and rigged election as factual, and that, that is the only reason. And so, everything's screwed and kind of, I could see them, and particularly someone like Trump and the people he's had working for him, use it as something to try to gain even more of kind of an authoritarian edge and spark those people in this country to say, well, as long as they're going to rig it, let's rig it for us too. And I just think that the discourse is awful to push this as a legitimate issue and problem.
It is.
Yeah. And it's tough. And I think that this also disenfranchises people, some people who don't. Uh-oh.
Okay, I did that to get your attention. Yes. 91% in Florida. Trump is at 49.1. Clinton is at 47.8. And my source on that is the Fox News website. Now, that's going to be quite interesting, I've got to say.
Yeah, Decision Desk is showing it at 48.9% Trump, 48.3% Clinton, 2.1% Johnson. So, yeah, that's
I do have a family member who wrote in for his presidential candidate, hanging Chad.
Nice, bro.
That's awesome.
Now, also according to Fox, Trump has 76 electoral votes and Clinton has 68.
And just as an add-on, the hanging Chad is not to be confused with a hanging ace.
You know what's really sick is that's actually what I was thinking when she said that.
Tying it right up, tying these segments up.
I got that virtual fist up, brother. Just go ahead and hit it.
That was beautiful.
This is what I think of all of you at the moment.
Trolling level master.
I'm going to put on for the record, I adore Ace of Spades, just like I adore a lot of people who have chosen to vote for Trump and Hillary.
I don't hate Ace of Spades because he's voting for Trump. I hate him because he's a nutcase.
I am saying
It's
I
different.
love him.
You are too kind, sir.
My problem with Ace came when he put out the whole thing about in the primaries that if Rubio was the nominee, he would vote for Hillary. And then after, the nomination process was over and Trump's the nominee, he went so hard against Never Trumpers and saying, how dare you, and acting all, righteous about people and saying that even if they're not actually voting for Hillary, that they're voting for Hillary, and so they're the bane of the Republican Party's existence.
Wow, I never saw
was
that.
What really got me pissed at him. But
it's like,
I
so
don't
you hate
the rest of us
you
did.
hate Hillary now? Okay.
And see,
I never saw that.
What I really don't get is how anybody who claims to be of a conservative mind can pull a lever for Hillary. And I don't know if anybody's
either.
Yeah.
I mean, the commercials that she's run, all these people that are, I used to do this and I used to do that. And I was a Republican for 30 years, but I can't.
Yeah, I don't get that. I can't stomach that.
Hillary.
You know what? I think
I say bye, Felicia.
I'm just happy. You know what? I'm happy that people are so compassionate about the future of the Republic, no matter how misguided they are. And I've never paid much attention to people's minds before. I thought prior to this year, I thought it was a real binary thing. But this year has enlightened me to the fact that people are being thoughtful to the extent that they can. And it's not binary, and people are rationalizing a bad situation in their own way, which I think we all do with many situations with our lives. And of course, I'm talking out of my behind right now because I'm trying to see the good out of all of this. But I think, I kind of trying to see the good. I kind of like what I see, and people are just being active and trying to fit. It's not binary. That's all I'm saying. It's not binary.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say I don't understand somebody. I'm not going to say I don't get you and you're wrong for your choice when people are just trying to fit bad situations into their own world. That's all.
Right. I can
And that sound was because Mississippi has been called for Trump.
Shocking.
Well, it's good because he was up 20 points in the last poll. I know because Kellyanne Conway tweeted it like 8 times. So it's very good to know that poll, here's a really interesting question I have, okay? And I mean this in total seriousness, okay? I have read a succession of things saying that Trump does not pay people that work for him. He always stiffs people, and this is something that's dogged him for 30 or 40 years now. And I have heard through the internets that he does not pay the campaign people that work for him, his aides, his advisors, stuff like that. And then the other day I noticed that apparently he had paid a polling company to do a bunch of internal polling for him, and it was Kellyanne Conway's company.
Ouch.
So I wonder if, he hasn't been paying her all this time, and he decided to finally pay her, and that was the way that he did it, was he paid her for the internal polling.
Damn.
So he's giving Kelly some internal polling, is what you're saying.
Oh,
No,
that ain't
she's
right.
giving him internal polling.
That ain't right.
Oh, guys, it's still
Prostate
before
exam.
11.
Thank you, Jen. Guys, it's not 11 p.m. That's when I agreed to start a new feed, mark it explicit, and you guys can let the fur fly.
It's going to happen.
Let's
hey,
keep it
I was going to
family
say one last
friendly.
thing about the rigging, and this is...
Riggery-jiggery.
just was being super silly today. So I had been dreading this day for a long time because I just think, we're in a craptastic, situation here. But funny enough, I woke up today and instead of being in a terrible mood, I was kind of like, screw it. Like, there's nothing we can do at this point. These are the nominees. This is what's happening. And there were several of us, and, Dan and I were talking about this earlier, and G knows this, he was in on it. We were tweeting out, these ridiculous made-up names of towns and saying voter fraud. And the responses we're getting, and I know Twitter is a bubble, it totally is, but the responses we were getting, and the people that are just so ready to latch on to the fact that it's a stolen election, that's what they're actually hoping for, is so disconcerting. And I don't think that it's something to be just completely written off. Do I think it'll matter as far as our government goes, or maybe even future election goes? I think it will matter for future elections if they try to actually carry out suits and things. But I don't think it does. I just think it's more of a cultural problem that makes us more divided, and it can just be more of a cluster than it already is. So it just amazed me how many people just found a hashtag and were just not even reading what the tweet was and completely retweeting things like touch a ping Kansas. And
literally, I tweeted out vote switching being reported in Comer, Mierda, New Mexico. Basically, I'll keep my language correct, but that means eat crap,
I know what that
New
means.
Mexico.
I do too.
And they are retweeting it and sending it to people like, see, it's happening.
And tagging
I literally
Sean
tweeted
Hannity,
out,
tagging Donald
it's
Trump,
happening in
tagging
Eat
Drudge
Crap,
Report,
New Mexico.
tagging FBI. I had a tweet tagged to the FBI to investigate. I mean, it's just insane. And their local precincts, and they're tagging their police department, saying sheriff needs to get over there now. Like they don't even know what it is.
I have
so
to
crazy.
liken this. It's going to be like when I worked in the medical profession for quite a while, and this reminds me of somebody that's been horrifically hurt in a car crash and has to endure so much pain through physical therapy to regain themselves. This is what it's going to be like to heal these people. They're going to have to go through a lot of pain to get right.
Why do we have to bring them back, though? That's my question. And this is the thing that I go through with a lot of people all the time. Look, if these people really are deplorable, okay? Because you look at the Trump rallies, and there's 3 women kicking a kid in a wheelchair with Parkinson's. I mean, it's just these people, they ain't right. There's something wrong with them. There's something very deeply wrong with them. There's something very wrong with him. And he has really done something to the national discussion, to people's minds, the way that they act.
And that is for the not so surprising announcement that Hillary Clinton wins Illinois.
Hey, well, what I was going to say to that, Bill, though, is that I think you're right. I think that it has brought out some really nasty people. I think it's given people a voice in claiming a party that maybe they weren't accepted in before. It's given them the feeling that they can go ahead and do these things and say these things, and that it's perfectly acceptable. And to tell people like me and you that, deal with it, like we own the party now, that kind of thing. But in real life, people that I know that voted for Trump, and I don't think I know anybody that supported him in the primaries, but that have supported him as the nominee, they're not deplorable. It's not quite the same thing. So I do like to make a distinction between people that feel like the party loyalty or are so against her that they're willing to vote for him in hopes that he won't be, just an awful, crazy person in office, even though they're pretty sure he will be. So I just think it's something to be said.
And as election results are flying in, Trump wins Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas. And Wyoming, Hillary Clinton wins New York.
Can I go ahead and just say
wait,
so
Hillary
Texas,
won New York?
Let's look at what it is.
Holy moly.
How in the hell did Hillary win New York?
I don't get it.
Honestly, owns New York.
I don't get it.
Fraud!
rigged.
It was
It's rigged.
Huge rig.
Damn it.
Huge rig. No, here's the deal. I don't want to be a Republican anymore, because if this is the direction that it's going to go, I don't want to deal with this.
But it's not.
And you can say that you know 10 people who are Trump people who reluctantly voted for him. I have 5 family members that told me that these women that made claims against him are all gold digging whores. You know, I mean, this has really changed and twisted people's minds. And yeah, there are a handful of people who are not disgusting losers now, but I know an awful lot of people who are friends of mine and family who are just disgusting now.
That's fine, Bill. You know what? I'm with Jen on this, and you know you and I have talked about this at length.
And that's fine. You guys can be Republicans. I'm not.
I'm not a Republican. I've never been a Republican. I've always been an independent. But you know that I disagree with you on completely dismissing and poo-pooing and being a snob about anybody that has chosen to vote for Trump.
I disagree.
And it's your right. It's your right to be a snob, but
I'm not being a snob.
Taking the intellectual and moral high ground here.
If you don't have any morality, you have nothing.
Here's where I am. All right, I'm not a Republican. I'm an independent. I did re-register for this election, unfortunately, and I've already unre-registered. Everything needs to move in a new direction. It just does. The Republican brand is a problem now. It really is a problem. It all needs to move in a new direction. And I'm not going to get into it here. It's for another show. I'm working on stuff like that right now. The Republican Party literally needs to be the third party by 2020, or the Democrats are just going to become the socialist party, and we're just going to be a socialist country. That's what's going to happen. That's what Trump has done to the Republican Party. He has brought basically every stereotype that has ever been put forth by the progressives on the Republican Party. He has brought that forward, and that's where it is. The Republican Party really needs to go away. My 2 cents. Sorry.
I don't disagree. I'm not, and I don't know, because, you know, my thing isn't really electoral politics. My thing isn't really the parties and how all of this stuff works. My thing is cultural conservatism, like the culture, the decay that leftism and progressivism is bringing down on our culture, which is affecting our republic. That's my thing.
Hang on. Rio, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Well, we have quite the interesting herd of cats on here tonight, and I thank you for joining us. I think Sam had a good time hanging out with us for a while.
Good. I've got a few minutes. I'm on the road right now. We've just been locked inside of the studio all day, and just stepped out for a few minutes so I could swing in and call. I thought we'd be done by now, but want to make it, we want to make the song correct, and so now I've taken a couple minutes to come out here and talk to you guys. I haven't even been able to watch the polls. I saw the exit polls around 6 o'clock that had Florida and heavily favored for Trump. So I guess now I'm going to be listening to what you guys got some information, I hope.
Well, Florida, for the record, at 81.78% is Trump at 49.25% and Clinton at 47.6% and Gary Johnson at 2.1%.
Ooh, getting close.
Very close. And the big shocker of the night, Rio, the big shocker of the night, Virginia. 49.43% Trump, 45.56% Clinton. And almost...
You're saying Virginia?
Virginia!
Oh,
Yeah, but
go ahead. That's a surprise.
But North Carolina, Trump is getting stomped.
Actually, right now, with 31.77% in, it is Trump at 48.78 and Clinton at 48.72.
Oh, that's close. I can't believe.
Yeah, that
as
just
much
recently
as they
flipped.
say it, it's like I can't believe that that North Carolina is going to, it's leaning Democrat, but I guess it's the bigger population.
So it was fun to have Sam on earlier, and I thank you for letting him sneak out for a little while to visit with us. He definitely was very much appreciated.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, we've got a whole herd. Why don't you guys quick around the table say hi?
Hey, I'm Dan.
Hey, Dan, how are you?
Good.
I'm Jen.
Yep. And then we've got Bill.
I'm Bill, and I'm glad Dan went first because I wasn't sure who was going to go first.
Yeah, it was kind of awkward. I'm G. Good to talk to you, Rio.
And G, I want you to tell Rio, because he obviously wasn't listening earlier, because he's been stuck in the studio. Tell him what song you play at on the intro for your show.
I play Madison Rising every freaking Wednesday night. Every Wednesday night.
And I believe it's Amazing America, unless my memory's off.
It is, absolutely.
That's awesome. We are going to be playing that one this Friday when we play at Best Rock. So that's going to be one that's on our list. And thank you for supporting the band. It's a pleasure to be on with you guys.
And hey, I'm Leslie. I don't live too far from Sun, so I might see you there.
Hello, Leslie.
Yeah, Leslie says she doesn't live too far from Mohegan Sun, and she just may make the drive to come see you in person.
Oh, well, come on out and say hello. We'll be there. We're getting there early. Our sound check is actually on Thursday, so come on out. Let's hang out and have maybe a couple cold ones, and with any luck, and God willing, we'll be celebrating a Trump train.
All right. Oh my God, this could be my first backstage pass with a rock band.
Oh, awesome! Hey, you know what they say? Those things aren't just given away.
I'm not touching that.
I'm joking.
I'll let you guys sort that one out.
Wait a minute, what did he just say?
Yeah, it's all right. Just smile and nod.
That's
Okay,
right.
good. Hi, thank you.
Pretty girl with a backstage pass, yeah.
Jeff's not going to be mad at that one, is she?
Yeah, you gotta earn those things. Gotta earn those passes.
No, but I will say, just to update people on what's going on in our chat room, we have several people making shout-outs to you, most notably Slickery Trigger. He actually has a small business called Rebel Road Tactical that makes custom-made Kydex holsters. So,
Hello.
And then we've got various other people that were in the chat room earlier calling out Sam because they were like, drummers are awesome, and I've got Madison Rising's awesome, things like that. And Slick Trip says he tips his hat back to you, Rio. So, yeah, they are listening live in our chat room.
Awesome. Now I can tell you that your fans in your chat room are wrong. Drummers are those are the divas of the band, and we don't really need them.
Oh, come on, I'm a drummer.
Yeah,
I love that.
singers
My
don't ever
husband and
on
my
the
brother
song-
are
on the
musicians,
split do
so
that.
that makes me laugh. They ain't
That's
drummers,
right.
though.
Jen's son is a drummer, and he's what, 3, Jen?
Yeah, he's 3, and he's
Yeah.
he started doing his own stuff at like 9 months, and we have a little kit for him now. and he's figuring out some beats and stuff. But he's definitely going to play some keys and, of course, guitar. He's always interested in the guitar too. But your drummer comment that cracked me up.
And by the way, Slick said vocals are where the balls are.
Easy.
Drummers are where that's the
one.
most expensive one. You need to make them a vocalist, but all he's got to worry about is a microphone and a mic stand.
That's the truth.
Hey, I took up bass, and you know who the bass player is? He's the cool guy that stands there and plays bass.
He's something. We got another word for him other than cool.
You know who also said that? Eddie Van Halen.
Rio, one of these days we're going to have to do a special and get all of you band members on with somebody. And I have a feeling I could get about 4 different hosts to volunteer to do that show.
Yeah, I'd give the whole hour up for that.
Hey, that might be a possibility.
And G just said he'd give up his whole hour. G, I tell you what, if we can pull it off, I'll even give you my hour so you can make it a 2-hour special if you want.
I'd do it.
My show comes on right
great.
after G's. So.
Any big surprises out there?
Let's see. I'm just checking to see what's going on. Pennsylvania's going Clinton. That's not really a surprise. Ohio. Yes, Battleground, Ohio.
Michigan, too, going Trump right now.
Yes.
Well, right now, Fox News has Trump at 139 and Clinton at 97.
Okay. How about the big swing state, the one that's coming into play now, Michigan? Any reports on Michigan?
Michigan, 6.6% reporting. Trump is at 47.63%, and Clinton is at 47.27%, and Gary Johnson is at 3.73%.
Okay, talk about tight. Wow.
Johnson's Michigan.
And Florida with 87.61%. Trump is at 49.17%, and Clinton is at 47.1%. And Gary Johnson is 2.18%.
I tell you what, it's going to be a nail biter all the way through.
Well, I'll tell you this one, Rio. If we're still going after 11 o'clock, I'm going to restart a fresh feed. We're going to mark this one explicit, and you can anybody who wants to call in, they can let the fur fly. We're not going to censor ourselves after 11.
Oh, that's going to be good. I'll need to call you back then.
Hey, Rio, if you don't mind sharing, what state do you vote in?
I vote in Maryland.
And
that's the Acela corridor, like me and Billy.
Maryland, 0.8% reporting is already called at 75.98% for Clinton and 21.25% for Trump.
Oh my! I knew it was. That's so terrible.
I used to live in Baltimore, man. I lived in Bowie, so yeah, I feel your pain.
Yeah, I live right outside of Baltimore in Hazard County.
Really?
Yeah, I lived in PG, so PG is pretty much. I was invisible.
Yeah, we before Meade.
I've got a Colorado update for anybody who's interested in that. With 17.93% of the vote reporting, Trump is up at 46.44%, and Clinton is at 45.95%.
Did you say that? What was Trump's in Colorado?
46 and 0.4, and Hillary Clinton's at 46.9. So they are neck and neck, but there's only just under 18% reporting.
Wow, that's going to be a tight one.
I have a feeling we'll still be on the air live after 11, Rio.
And I'll have to call you guys back because at the moment I'm going to have to tell you that I got to bounce out.
Before you go,
right back.
you got to do one thing for me. You got to give out your social media information.
check us out on MadisonRising.com. Go to Facebook and hit us up on Facebook/Madison Rising. We're also on Instagram at Madison Rising. And then you can check us out on artistecard.com/Madison Rising. And if you want to, just connect with all of us on the band. Sam Fishman, Tom DePietro, AJ Larson, and myself, Rio Hyatt. And hey, we're just a bunch of regular guys that like to talk too much.
Well, we thank you for joining us, and I couldn't be happier to have you. And we're going to have to see if we can schedule a night where Gio and I maybe can co-host a 2-hour special and have all the band on. What do you say?
That sounds great. We'll work for that, and let's keep our fingers crossed. And, send a prayer up high, and let's go Trump train.
I got one more thing to tell you before I let you go. I kicked off tonight's election coverage with the acoustic version of the Star Spangled Banner.
Nothing better than that. Thank you guys so much, and I'll talk to you guys probably a little after 11, just so I can drop a couple F-bombs.
Thank you, Rio.
I love it.
After 11, you're more than welcome.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk to you guys later on tonight. Take care.
Take care, Rio.
Bye.
Well, that was a wonderful surprise, was it not?
Always good
That
hearing
was
from
cool.
the boys in the band.
That was cool. I finally get backstage without, I try not to flash anything at concerts, so that'll work out well.
Hey, Madison Rising is one of the best bands in the world, as far as in my opinion. And they are very open and honest. They'll listen to their fans. They'll hang out with them. They'll talk with them. Now, gee, I think we just found ourselves a dual show here.
Sounds like a plan to me.
I didn't think you'd turn me down on that offer. I'll give up my hour. We'll combine my hour with your hour and have the whole band on.
That sounds like a great idea.
As long as I'm included, I'm all in.
Come on in, Dan. You're always you guys are all always welcome on my show anytime. Nobody needs an invite. It's an open mic kind of thing. I always do it.
So.
Oh, love you, G.
And I promise I won't break my guitar out.
And by the way, I loved the pic on your tweet today after you voted. With your I voted sticker on your middle finger. That was awesome.
Yeah. That was really good.
Appreciate that. Hey, guys, Senate update. Right now, the Dems are holding 42 seats to the Republicans 41. The Dems 9 for a majority, the Republicans 10. Tight.
I think the Senate's going to be the real squeaker tonight, and it makes me uncomfortable.
It really does.
The Senate's going to be a nail-biter. I'm not so sure the presidential election is all sewn up either. I hate to say it, but I mean...
No, me neither.
Leslie, though, you brought up before, this would be something to talk about now, too, is down ballot.
Yeah.
Well, on the down ballot, remember how we were all going, Virginia did what? Well, Virginia also elected some interesting senators. Let me see if I can find that article. I just had it. Let me see if I can find it again.
I'm actually looking at the Senate races that are ongoing, and I only see 8 seats going blue that are left open right now. So they may fall short.
Republican Johnny Isakson of Georgia was reelected to the Senate, since we were speaking about Senate.
God help us. Johnny should have retired 2 terms ago.
Well, he's a Republican and he got reelected. Okay, here was the article I was looking for, guys.
Reliable R. That's kind of all we can ask for right now.
He's an R. I don't know about reliable.
Anyway,
John McCain won.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
the article I was looking for. Virginia elected two new congressmen, and incumbents held their seats after early election returns came in on Tuesday. In Virginia's 5th District, Republican Tom Garrett defeated Democrat Jane Ditmore. So let's see. 2nd District, Virginia Beach, Republican Scott Taylor, a former United States Navy SEAL, will succeed moderate Republican Scott Rigel. Let's see. I think I'm getting local Virginia results here. Give me just a moment.
Rob Portman took Ohio in the Senate, Republican.
And I've got one here about California. It's not any results. Californians were confused and frustrated, waiting in long lines to cast ballots Tuesday, and peppered election officials and minors with questions about polling locations and absentee ballot without turnout expected.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And of course,
so this is what I want to talk about, and I think Jen, you're with me.
Well, we got 5 minutes before commercial break, so
I will stand by.
Okay, so we'll bring it up after the break.
Gonna take
No,
longer.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Go. You two go.
Wait, who's in charge here?
Me. I'm in charge. Go.
Well, just keep in mind, I can mute a lot of
When
you.
Jen is here, she just tells me what to do, so
Is that Rick?
that's usually what I do.
Oh, that's Dan.
No, Rick's not on yet. He will be joining us at the top of the hour.
How does Dan know the countdown to the commercial?
Leslie, we're a little bit like ganging up on Bill here because I have a feeling like you run the ship whenever you're with him, and then I also am a little bit like crack the whip on him. So it's kind of funny to have us both here with
sexy.
And the
Okay.
and Leslie, to answer your
Stuff
question,
that Bill never gets in his real life. So okay.
and Leslie, to answer your question, how I know the countdown to the commercials, I'm the one watching the soundboard and the timer on the server.
Well, it was 5 minutes.
Let me just
now it's
introduce
like
this
2.
now that
Go.
Jen and I want to talk about, and whenever everybody wants to pick it up, it's fine. I want to talk about what do we do with the balance of powers. So we're working on now. We're all disgusted by the top of the ticket. Either way, it's going to be a big government Democrat in the office, right? So what do we do with, God willing, we keep the Senate. We're going to keep the House, maybe with a less of a margin. I'm wondering, where do we go from here in terms of rebalancing the balance of powers with the 3 branches of the top of the government? Because, I think it started with W. Obama made it blatant to just accrue a ton of power, legislative power, to the executive branch. Supreme Court has been good sometimes, really not good other times, and now we have to bring in a new justice. What do we do as conservatives, as individuals, to restore more power to Congress?
Well, personally, I think congressmen need to stand up and actually do their jobs. They were elected and they took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and I'm sorry, they need to live up to that oath. And on that note, guys, and I will let the rest of you discuss this when we get back from commercial break, we are going to go pay them bills.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
All writers are prone to becoming so attached to our characters and stories that we struggle to see why a passage may not be working. It takes another set of eyes to help us nurture our writing to full maturity. At Black Wolf Editorial Services, we strive to enable writers to develop and grow, shaping stories into masterpieces that can stand the test of time. Editing services are provided for all genres and all age categories. Services range from critiques of the short story through to line edits of the full-length novel and copy editing for those preparing for publication. We also offer assistance on generating a writer's bio for your websites, as well as help with those book blurbs and promotional material. We won't abandon you to the masses. We want to celebrate with you in your successes. Black Wolf Editorial Services, nurturing your writing into maturity. For a full list of services and prices, visit us at blackwolfeditorial.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control over your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank account, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problems now by calling the experts at Tax Mediation Services and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. Tax Mediation Services is accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now for a free case review and a price protection guaranteed quote.
Call Tax Mediation Services now at 800-610-9050. That's 800-610-9050. 800-610-9050.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
This is Slickery Trigger for Rebel Road Tactical. With proper care and feeding, your pistol will be ready when you need it, there to save your life. Shouldn't your gear be that good? Whether you need a holster for comfortable everyday carry or a tough-as-nails holster for your next training course, Rebel Road Tactical has what you need. Check us out on the web at rebelroadtactical.com.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 1-800-516-7602 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 1-800-516-7602 to take your call right now. Call 1-800-516-7602. That's 1-800-516-7602. Again, 1-800-516-7602.
And thank you guys for hanging in there with us over that commercial break. We do have to pay them bills. And the big not surprise while we were away at commercial break, Connecticut was called for Hillary Clinton. But we do have some other results we were looking at before we get back to Leslie's topic. And Bill, you were talking about that, and what were you saying?
I was saying that the disparity in electoral votes right now between Trump and Clinton is meaningless. Most of these states are states that they're all supposed to win. There's no shocking states yet. There's no Michigan, there's no Ohio, there's no Pennsylvania, Florida. So, I mean, I expect Trump to run the board of all the states that he's expected to win, and I expect Clinton to do likewise. She's going to win Oregon, Washington. She's probably going to win Pennsylvania, Maine.
What would you say if Trump won Florida? Because currently is it at 49.2% Trump to Hillary's 47.6%?
Even if he wins Florida, he still can't win without winning Pennsylvania and Ohio.
Well, Pennsylvania
Because in order for him to make up the difference in electoral votes that he just purely starts at, he has. I mean, if you just put it into 270 to win, right? If you plug in Florida, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Ohio, Iowa. I mean, he still loses.
Well, what
But,
if you
I mean,
add
that's 'cause
Virginia
it's
to that mix, Bill? Because Virginia at 86.64%, Trump is up at 48.47%. Granted, that's not much compared to Clinton's 46.46%. Now, Gary Johnson, Gary
Still haven't
Johnson,
counted the Democrat-heavy areas.
Gary Johnson got 3% in Virginia, and Evan McMullen got 1.37.
Well, here's the
Nice.
here's the thing though, and I've said this before, but sorry, I'm a college football girl, but I look at a team that is supposed to do well and should win certain games and hasn't, and then has won games that it shouldn't, and I look down the schedule and I go, okay, where am I going to find another 4 wins so that we make a bowl game? That kind of thing. That's how I've felt about looking at this election with Trump. Like, where can he find the other wins? And the fact of the matter is with him is that he can't just win 1 or 2 of them. Like, he's got to take, several that could go either way in order for him to get the electoral vote count. So it really doesn't matter if he wins only Florida or if he wins only Ohio.
Correct.
Or whatever. I mean, he has to add up to that electoral vote count, which means that he has to get quite a few of those all together in order to make this a ball game. And I know it's looking kind of crazy right now, and maybe he'll pull it out. I don't know, but there are a lot of things that have to fall into place for that to happen, just based on the electoral votes.
Yeah, and that's sort of what I'm saying. Is that with the disparity between the two of them, because basically she starts, I think, at 220, 210 something, and he starts at like 168. So, sorry, when you begin to fill that map, what we're seeing here right now is the map as it is expected to fall into place is falling into place. What's going to be a decisive factor here, and I said this at the very beginning, and I'll say it again, if he does not win both Ohio and Florida, he cannot win this election. It doesn't matter. If he wins Michigan, Virginia, if he wins every other damn state, if he doesn't win Ohio and Florida, he's done. It's done. Mathematically, he cannot do it. That's right. It's not going to happen. So what you need to look at is you need to look at Ohio, you need to look at Cuyahoga County. If Cuyahoga County starts turning blue, it's over. It's just, and that's why Ohio is not being called now, because they're still getting in the results from Cuyahoga County and they're getting results from Lake County in Ohio. And once Lake and Cuyahoga County are filled in, boom, that's the state. It doesn't matter what other counties you've won. You can win every other county in Ohio. If you don't win Lake County and Cuyahoga County, the state is gone for you. And Clinton has concentrated a tremendous amount of effort, just like Obama did, trying to win Lake and Cuyahoga County. Trump is just going all over the place. Clinton has been very surgical in the way that she attacks these states, in that she only goes for the areas of the state that she really, truly needs.
I think this is a big deal because it's, a debatable, I guess, disputable conclusion that Romney didn't win in 2012 because of Obama's ground game and because Obama changed the electorate in his ground game. So when I first started hearing, not that I want Trump to win, but when I first started hearing that his ground game was basically nothing, I was like, oh, holy moly.
Non-existent, yep.
Holy moly. It's like, how can you even do it? And Bill's talking about her going very surgically into the precincts that she needs with a ground game. They know what they're doing.
And Trump basically is banking on the one thing that shouldn't make one damn bit of difference in a presidential campaign, and that's his celebrity status.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that when you finished talking.
Hey, man, great minds. What can I tell you?
Yo, fist bump. That is a great point. And that is what he has relied on throughout this entire process, is for his celebrity to drag his name into the news and to give him free advertising and to get people enamored with him. He's hoping that somewhere between the Republican base and jerks that watch that TV show that he had, there's enough people that will just come out and vote for him.
He had a TV show?
Yeah, it ran for like 6 months or something. You guys might not have got it down in Alabama.
Well, I don't watch any reality TV, so I don't know.
I assure you, you didn't miss anything.
Not a reality TV fan either here, Bill.
But yeah, but he's absolutely right in what he just said. Trump has been counting on his celebrity status to propel him to the presidency because it worked in the primary process.
Yeah.
And so he has given into this idea that he himself, because look, let's face it, Donald Trump may not have a lot of liquid money. He may not have a lot of cash on hand. But he does have his name on.
Okay.
What?
I am just looking at some results here. All right?
Okay.
And I know we're having a great time. Minnesota, it's coming in Trump right now, but it's only little over 1%. Florida, 93%, 93.7% in, 49.19% Trump, Hillary 47.69.
Y'all, New York Times is favoring Trump.
Yes.
The New York Times
is favoring Trump. Trump may pull
that's
this
wild.
out. New Hampshire, Trump 47.46% to 47.36%. That's a 4.46 to 0.36, but it is leaning red. And the New York Times
Can I just say, and this is something I felt for the last several days, either way, this election is quite delicious from a kind of masochist standpoint, that no matter who wins this, and there is a feeling about Hillary, the anointed, goddess of all the Democratic Party, who got shafted before, and then they promise her the run. They prop up behind her. She goes through all of these scandals and all this crap that never got really fully exposed. And she loses to someone like Trump. There's something ridiculously awesome about that. Then, and I don't mean awesome in the good term, I just mean wow, awesome. And then you've got Trump, who could lose to Clinton, and then there's a whole nother set of things to go about. So this is crazy.
Jenny finding the silver lining in everything. Absolutely.
What it comes down to is it's kind of like I touched on earlier. I mean, you have a woman who is by and far one of the most crooked, and I don't like to use that word because it's put out there, but I will. One of the most crooked people ever involved in politics, and it takes everything we've seen the last month and a half to try to pull in close to her with the nominee from the Republicans.
Okay, guys. Sorry to interrupt. New Hampshire is definitely leaning red. Minnesota now has 2.86% in, which I know is nothing. But Trump is taking it. So far, Michigan has 14.8%. Again, I realize these aren't large numbers of votes in. I'm looking for them towards leaning. Trump is at 49.97. Clinton is at 44.94. Missouri have no way, don't remember what state's supposed to turn red or blue. So 3% in. Trump is at 53.35. Florida, back to Florida. 49.19 Trump, 47.69 Clinton, and that's with 95.22% reporting. North Carolina, Trump is at 49.85. Clinton is at 47.55, and that's with 55.1% in. Virginia, one of our surprises of the night, 89.6 reporting. Trump is at 47.7, and Clinton is at 47.19.
Wow.
This, guys, you're going to get your 11 o'clock show, I have a feeling.
Fun night, man. Fun
North
night.
Carolina's not going to be called today. I don't think so anyway.
I want to go back to what I was asking to be the topic for the segment, which is how do we, as individuals, as activists, as voters, restore the national balance of power? How do we pull back from the several years of aggregation of power in the executive branch with the president both doing executive orders at whim or executive whatever recommendations, and also with the president guiding regulatory agencies who are not technically making laws, but really they are making laws that are red taping the hell out of our lives. What do we do?
Leslie, it's not 11 o'clock yet.
Well, and I'll stab at that too. I mean, I don't mind putting it out there because I just call it as I see it anyway. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong anyway. It doesn't matter to me. The only way I see that going forward in that respect, as individuals, activists, and voters, is to hold our congressmen and our senators' feet to the fire. And if they don't do their job, as it was mentioned earlier, we have to replace them with somebody who will. That's the only way we can go forward.
No, I agree with you, G. And if I could self-promote a little bit right now, and y'all can do it tomorrow. We're up and running. We are a incorporated 501c4 group. We're there. We're done. We're done with the uniparty system. We're already looking into people and trying to start literally a new party. It has to happen. The libertarians dropped the ball. It's gone. I mean, they finally get themselves on the ballot in 50 states, and they drop the ball on their candidate, which is just silly. It has to just there needs to be a true shift. If there's not a true shift, and we're not talking about a shift that just says all of you Republicans come here, it's everybody. We're going to pull everybody. You know, do you want the country to move in the direction it's moving, or do you want it to move back to where it should have been? And we're at a should have been standpoint, you know, the way we're doing things. A little bit of self-promotion. Sorry.
About voting in or out people, vote out people that aren't doing their jobs. I mean, this is the major problem, is that everyone thinks that they, and I said this earlier, and I don't know who all was on. Jobs, all of those things. And then when it really comes down to it, though, they still vote for their guy. They still mostly reelect the incumbent. So we talk about term limits. We talk about getting rid of those do-nothing, no-goods in Congress. But we, the voters, are responsible, and we don't change it.
We don't, and there's a reason for that, too. I mean, you talk about these guys that make a career out of being up there, and what they do is they elevate themselves to positions of power, and they wield just enough of that power to do just enough good for their state to make everybody believe that they're doing their job.
That's right.
See, the reason that you can't vote them out is because the way that elections are now, especially congressional elections, specifically with the Senate, is the balance of power is so tenuous between right and left right now in the Senate. If you were to primary one of these people, like when they were talking about primarying Lindsey Graham, what would be the point of that? What would be the point of primarying him, a guy who's basically a career politician and a safe seat on the Senate? What would be the point of tossing him out in favor of a guy who would lose to, to a country music singer? I mean, I don't understand that. And that's the problem that we have now, is that the balance of power is so fragile and so marginal right now that you can't afford to lose any of these seats, because one seat gone and it's just it's kaput.
Billy, you're literally talking about Billy and I are both massive Star Trek and Star Wars fans. You're literally talking about the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
Yeah. I mean, because what we see here right now is that, they were talking about the Senate races on NPR the other day. And one of the things that they said was that if John Thune were to lose his seat, that would just tip the balance of power, because they basically, with polling and stuff like that, presidential elections are a little different. But when you poll, like for House or Senate seats, you can get a pretty good sense generally in a lot of these races how they're going to go. And for about 3 or 4 weeks leading up to tonight, you had a situation whereby they were saying that basically John Thune's seat would be the one that would tip the balance of power in the Senate. And if he lost it, that was it. It was gone. And the Dems were going to have, they were going to have their way with us. And that's the problem that you have with the Senate now, is that the numbers are too close together now. So that if you were to get rid of these people because you don't like them, or you think they smell, or they're not doing their job, you might replace that. You might have a career politician sitting in a seat for 3 decades, but it's a safe seat.
Yes,
you may replace them with somebody who's completely ridiculous, like say
I'm not a witch.
like an Aiken or a Murdoch, and then now you've lost that seat. So bird in the hand, 2 in the bush.
All right, guys. I believe we have someone else on the line. Rick?
Yep, I'm here. Just been kind of hanging out, waiting for a cue.
Yay! Hi, Rick.
Are we enjoying the craziness? I think I picked the wrong night to quit drinking. I think I'm gonna go find.
I kind of am. It's actually kind of.
I think they're going to get their 11 o'clock show, and Rio's promised to call back after 11.
I don't find any of this crazy. I don't know what anybody's talking about.
Oh, whatever. You forget. I used for you quit.
Rick, I told you not to quit drinking. Come on. Would you listen to me for once?
What is wrong with you? You quit drinking? That's so silly.
Why would I start now?
2 years ago.
Dan, I haven't listened to you before. Why would I start now? I'm just playing.
Ricky, the Body Robinson, has joined the podcast.
Oh.
Actually, Leslie, you haven't been in a group that I'm in. G deserves that title much more.
Yeah, the group that was actually named G's Abs for a while.
You're gonna have to prove it.
They have the photo. I don't put it out there anymore. It's just too ridiculous when I do it.
Okay. For those of you who are just tuning in, just joining us, and just deciding to figure out what's going on, Washington Post, yes, I double-checked. Jen, I had to see it with my own eyes, not that I didn't believe you, is favoring Trump to win.
New York
Wow.
Times also crazy.
WAPO.
WAPO is favoring Trump.
That shows you how delusional they are.
I don't know, man. I mean, at this point, I mean, think about
Where's
this.
he going to win, dude?
First of all, New Hampshire went red.
Just hang
New
on a
Hampshire's
second with me.
4
Okay,
electoral votes.
all I'm saying is this time last week, we thought this was all going to be over in 5 minutes until Comey opened his mouth again. I think that really did hurt her. And I'm not sure how this is going to pan out because all of these states that we thought she was going to run away with are getting really, really close. From what I've been looking at, because I've been watching everything while I've been helping with dinner and getting ready to be on here, Florida at this point is still too close to call. And the areas that there are more densely populated, the gap isn't closing. There is a good shot at this point Trump could take Florida. Now, granted, that's only one of the first dominoes he had to make fall because he still got to run the rest of the table. And he's got to figure out a way to pick out one of those blue states. But Michigan is still in play. Who in the world thought Michigan would be in play?
Michigan's still leaning red, actually.
Michigan, with 15.86% of the vote in, is 49.51% Trump, 45.35% Hillary. Wisconsin, with 18.67% of the vote in, is 51.12% Trump and 43.8% Hillary. Missouri, with 3% in, is 55% Trump and 40% Hillary. Virginia, the surprise of the night, 90.04% in, is 47.61 Trump and 47.29 Hillary. And Gary Johnson got 3.04% and Evan McMullen got 1.32%. North Carolina with 55.1% in. If I didn't read that one just a second ago, it's 49.88 Trump and 47.49 Clinton. And Gary Johnson got 2.63%.
Well, there you go.
So,
Ricky's coming in swinging.
Just to take this a step further, and then I'll turn the mic back over to everybody else. Now, we all have most of us here have a good friend on social media who goes by the handle Beaker. And he actually was just in Northwest Pennsylvania, and he was completely floored. He's in several different groups with me, and he was having literal conniption fits because everywhere he saw in Northwest Pennsylvania, which is typically solid blue-collar, working-class America, blue, solid state, he said Trump signs were 100 to 1. And I'm not talking little tiny stick it on the corner of your window so nobody notices. We're talking billboards in people's yards screaming for Trump. There's something that I think some folks have missed here. Now it's going to come down to the wire, and I don't know which way it's going to go. And you guys know that I'm no Trump fan. I never have been. I'm not a Hillary fan either. I actually just earlier today showed both parties the Johnson, but that didn't really seem to do much good in my state.
Damn!
Got his 15%. So it's just one of those things.
I don't think you know what Johnson means. I'm just saying.
Are you talking to me or him?
No, him.
Rick voted for Gary Johnson.
I know exactly.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, okay.
Simmer down, folks. Simmer down.
We're still before 11 o'clock, need I remind you? And speaking of that, we have 3 minutes to go before we take our commercial break.
Johnson is not a dirty word, so...
As a matter of fact, I'm going to predict right now that Gary Johnson in the state of Colorado, and somebody will catch on to this, will take 4.20%.
Oy vey. Oy vey. Why do I agree to herd you cats? Speaking of Colorado, there was something that popped up earlier tonight.
Clinton wins Virginia.
Speaking of Colorado voted in favor of legalizing assisted suicide.
Oh, nice.
God bless Jack Kevorkian.
Clinton just won Virginia.
See, I was wondering about that because they were talking about the northern areas hadn't reported yet, so looks like they just
that's what I was saying earlier, is that once those northern areas of Virginia come in, those are heavily Democrat-populated areas.
Yes, they are.
Wait, are you saying that Northern Virginia is liberal?
Extremely.
You sound surprised, Dan.
Billy and I.
I couldn't tell he was doing that sarcasm thing again. He actually got me that time.
Oh, man.
This is insanity.
Yes,
Well,
it is, but it's entertaining insanity.
Very much so, and I'm showing that I have a feeling there's going to be a recount ordered in Virginia, popular vote-wise. Clinton, 1,567,404. Trump, 1,560,737. And for those people who say their vote doesn't matter in this election, in Florida, in North Carolina, every vote counts.
Except for mine.
Except if you live in New Jersey, Massachusetts, California.
All right, in the swing states, every vote matters.
Yeah.
Can we go there?
Yeah.
And
yeah, except for mine, because I voted for
Utah's
Johnson.
coming up.
All right.
Come on, McMullen.
Dude, I really want McMullen to take Utah. I'm not even going to lie.
All right,
Dude,
guys.
I don't want it to happen.
On that note, we will cheer on McMullen, and we are going to pay those bills, and I will see you guys on the other side.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
All writers are prone to becoming so attached to our characters and stories that we struggle to see why a passage may not be working. It takes another set of eyes to help us nurture our writing to full maturity. At Black Wolf Editorial Services, we strive to enable writers to develop and grow, shaping stories into masterpieces that can stand the test of time. Editing services are provided for all genres and all age categories. Services range from critiques of a short story through to line edits of a full-length novel and copy editing for those preparing for publication. We also offer assistance on generating a writer's bio for your websites, as well as help with those book blurbs and promotional material. We won't abandon you to the masses. We want to celebrate with you in your successes. Black Wolf Editorial Services, nurturing your writing into maturity. For a full list of services and prices, visit us at blackwolfeditorial.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control over your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank account, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problems now by calling the experts at Tax Mediation Services and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. Tax Mediation Services is accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now for a free case review and a price protection guaranteed quote.
Call Tax Mediation Services now at 800-610-9050. That's 800-610-9050. 800-610-9050.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
This is Slickery Trigger for Rebel Road Tactical. With proper care and feeding, your pistol will be ready when you need it, there to save your life. Shouldn't your gear be that good? Whether you need a holster for comfortable everyday carry or a tough-as-nails holster for your next training course, Rebel Road Tactical has what you need. Check us out on the web at rebelroadtactical.com.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 1-800-516-7602 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 1-800-516-7602 to take your call right now. Call 1-800-516-7602. That's 1-800-516-7602. Again, 1-800-516-7602.
All right, thank y'all for hanging in there while we paid those bills and took that commercial break. Now, G, who has been awesome enough to hang out with us for a good chunk of this evening, has to leave us, so I'm going to let him tell you about his social media and his show.
All right, guys, it has been a pleasure to be here with all of you guys on the panel. Love you, mean it. I do have to bow out, so please, everybody, do me a favor. Check me out on Wednesday nights, KLRN Radio, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 Central. It is the Conservative Curmudgeon Show. Yeah, I'm a bit of a grouch. Things piss me off, and I just have to talk about them, and that's just what it is. And I don't mind calling out anybody's hypocrisy. I don't care what letter comes after their political name. So just tune in, get your earful. It's all fact-based, and I have an open mic. If you like what I'm saying, call in and agree. If you don't like it, call in, argue. Just bring your facts, because that's what I operate on. And you can catch me on Twitter at TCC_Grouchy. And you guys know where to find me in the chat rooms out there. And that's it. I'm clear.
Thanks for joining us, G.
Where you come for the
guys,
abs.
be good. Have a good night.
Peace out, G. Love you.
See ya.
Stop showing your abs.
No, keep showing them.
I'm wearing a shirt.
Thankfully, we're on radio, folks. That's all I've got to say.
MAGA. It stands for Make Abs Great Again. G's abs, specifically.
Like I said, I am very glad we are on radio.
Good night, guys.
Good night, G.
Looks like I'm not the only. I just want to say I'm pretty proud of the fact that Rick and I are the only sober ones here.
No, you're not the only sober ones.
Hey, I'm sober.
The hell you are.
Get out of here, Bill.
Bill, it's not 11 p.m.
Hey, that's FCC approved.
Okay.
Yeah, a list of like 5 words you can't say on the radio. That wasn't one of them. Sadly, the one decent
the
about
H word and the go ahead, whatever.
Great. Anyway, for those who
Kellyanne Conway's on TV.
Oh, fantastic! She looks like a truck run over. I'm sorry, what?
I need to change.
All right, so the Washington Post, of all places, is actually favoring Trump. This is something I didn't think I was going to see.
Yeah, it's still early. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Virginia swinging has kind of got me rethinking a lot of the stuff that everybody's been talking about earlier, because they were 1 second saying that it was probably going to stay too close to call. Now it seems like it's swinging the other direction. I'm still not sure what's going on with Florida, because right now she has a fairly comfortable lead in a lot of the heavier Democratic areas, but they're still saying this time it might not be enough. So, I mean, Florida's the thing to watch right now, because if Trump loses it, that's pretty much it. If he hangs on to Florida, then he has to still run the rest of the table. So, I mean, it's going to be a long night one way or the other. And that's what I've been saying to everybody that's been telling me all day, oh, it's going to be over before 9 o'clock. I'm like, no, it's not.
Well, what I have always said, and what I said to you, was once Florida is called, you will know whether or not this race is over. Because in the scenarios that have been worked out, 538 has like 6 models in which Trump wins. 5 of them require Florida. The other one does not require Florida, but it requires him to win Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio, and something else. But that's
New Guinea?
Florida's gone. Yeah, Florida's gone, so that's the end of that. So, I mean Florida, Virginia's gone, so that's the end of that model. So now we're down to there's 5 options, and he's got to win Florida. And even if he wins Florida, I think he's going to outpace expectations. But I just, looking at the math of it, I don't see it, because Ohio looks like it's going to swing blue.
So
Well, the whole thing with this to me is, okay, up until 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, when all of the WikiLeaks stuff really started dropping on Clinton, and before all of this FBI stuff started coming up on Clinton again, it was literally a landslide for Clinton. So we're looking at a candidate that may win. He may win. But what it's going to take for him to win is proving that somebody that was already completely and totally despicable was more despicable. No, most people really knew she was already that despicable. But the regular electorate didn't see it. So it takes showing that somebody is more completely despicable than she is to win. It is what it is. Whoever wins, wins. But it really, to me, for months now, it hasn't mattered to me. Whoever wins, wins. And we need to move on, because I really don't see any difference between the two of them. I don't.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think the pressing question moving forward, if we assume that Hillary is going to win, is there a constitutional crisis? What's the fallout of her unpopularity, and what's the fallout of the ongoing FBI investigation of the Clinton Foundation, and Lord knows whether or when they'll reopen an investigation about the emails. Like, I think we're going into uncharted territory for such a damaged person to go into the White House. What do you all think?
Well, I agree, and it's a damaged person on both sides. I mean, Trump has a RICO case coming up on November 28th. I mean, we have 2 people that are... I mean, how did we end up here? You've got one candidate that is under FBI investigation, and another candidate that has a racketeering case on November 28th. That's where we are. We have 2 criminals. And one of them is going to be president of the United States. So if Trump loses his RICO case, now we have 2 people that really can't have security clearance that are going to be president of the United States. One of the 2. I mean, I don't know. I've had clearances. I've done plenty of government work. I've worked in the Pentagon. I've worked in the State Department. I've worked for Homeland Security. I've had clearances. I've read books, basically, for my clearances on what I can and can't do. And Hillary has done most of what
every
that
one of those
book
things
told me I can't do.
I should have written in your name, baby.
So wait, you used to work for Homeland Security?
I did work for Homeland Security as a contractor.
I thought you looked familiar. You're that guy that touched me at the airport that time?
No, I worked actually.
I was
in
in Maryland that time. Was that you?
At Coast. I know. I worked at Coast Guard. I worked for the Coast Guard in D.C. I did contract work for the Coast Guard. They're under Homeland Security. I had to get clearances.
Oh, I never drowned or anything. Never mind.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
wait till
I
January.
built skiffs. I know how to get past a skiff. You know, I know how to get past a skiff and eavesdrop on a skiff. I know how to do it. So I have clearances.
Please don't write a book on it.
I won't.
Yeah,
because I've had clearances and I've signed stuff. I've signed stuff that says I won't.
Yeah, because if he does it, he goes to jail. Hillary does it, she gets patted on the back and shot at the White House.
We could just say that he's transgender, then he won't go to jail.
That's right.
Oh, but Bradley Manning, never mind. That doesn't work anymore.
Stop.
Dang it.
Nice, but no, it won't work.
Did you forget Bradley wants to be called Chelsea now?
No, we didn't forget. We just don't care.
I just simply refer to it as Manning.
Okay, so we kind of talked about the rigging thing, and we talked about a little bit about down ballot, which I think we could still even go into further. But let's talk a little bit about, do we ever see any sort of unification, not just between parties, but in certain movement? Like, okay, so I understand everyone's not GOP, but the conservative movement has been so incredibly fractured, has just really kind of derailed in a lot of ways because of Trump's nomination and all the different factions. Even the Cruz-Rubio split was just brutal, and people were so anti this but pro that. Does that heal? And if it doesn't, does the GOP get any major wins pretty much ever again in the foreseeable future that will really matter?
No. I think the GOP is done. The GOP is done. It's gone.
I know, but what about the movement? What about the
to be
movement? Let's say Trump wins tonight. Let's say Trump wins tonight, and all those people that were so angry at people that would not vote for Trump, that would not fall into the fold, what do they do other than just like point their fingers in their face and say, nanny, nanny, boo-boo, we were right, Trump is here to stay, this is our new party, and this is our new conservatism? How is that combated? How do we not only then elect actual conservatives, and like we talked about earlier, like classical liberalism and all of that, how do we elect people like that? And then how do we unite at all on the right?
I think this is,
and then
I don't have
conversely,
an answer,
like on the left or with both.
Crazy timeline. I think it's a crazy timeline depending on whether Trump wins or Clinton wins tonight. And I don't
You're
have
correct.
an answer.
You're correct.
So different.
Yeah, that's fair.
So different depending on what happens.
I'm involved with stuff, and I can't really. If the whole thing depends on tomorrow, I mean, announcements that people are going to make totally depend on who wins tonight. Stuff that people want to say totally depends on who wins tonight. Nobody will know until there is a winner.
Ooh, I love that.
Okay, and based on that
horn.
sound, I've got something to talk about. Now, while you guys were chit-chatting, Iowa with 2.53% reporting, and granted, I will admit that is a very small percentage. Clinton, 63.14%. Trump, 31.82%. Johnson, 3.18%. And I don't mention candidates under 1%. I'm sorry. And North Carolina was 70.93% reporting. Trump is at 50.45%. Florida, 99.1%. 99.15%. All right? You hear me? 99.15%. 49.16% Trump. 47.71% Clinton.
Okay, what about Virginia? Virginia's called for Clinton? Is that what you just said?
Virginia with 93.
It is Trump.
Virginia
I've
with
got
9.
Fox and CNN calling it for Clinton.
Yeah, Virginia is, well, I'm going off a site that has 93.71% in for Virginia, and it's 47.76 Clinton and 47.14 Trump. It's been pretty much called for Clinton.
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
Back to one of our other little shockers of the night. New Hampshire, I think that was just one of the stunners, even though they only have a handful of electoral votes. And let's go check up on Michigan, if I can get my board to... All right, Michigan, 25.92%. It is Trump, 49.77, and Clinton at 45.11. And Missouri, I think they just updated the board. Give me 2 seconds. Yes, they did. Michigan. See what they've got in Florida. They haven't updated Florida. By the way, a state we have not talked about yet, and yes, I know I think this is a predicted red state, 4.36% in Arizona reporting, and 48.57% Trump, 46.78% Clinton. And Gary Johnson got 3.61%.
Arizona should be a landslide for a Republican.
I said I thought it was. But Ohio, 63.09% reporting. Trump is at 53.35.
Yeah, Trump's winning Ohio so far. I haven't looked at the actual county breakdown yet, though. Be interested to see with it being where it is. Being interested to see what they're waiting on to report. What those areas usually lean.
I'm going to say this with less than 1% left to report in Florida. I think Trump may have Florida.
He might.
Well, this is going to be weird because I actually retweeted and put out on Facebook a very important note out of Washington Post, which I'm not a fan, but they remind us all that there are ballots to be counted after today. There are absentee ballots, provisional ballots, military ballots, and they put it on an advantage for Clinton in those votes. So if there are important swing states, important states that are very tight and can't be called tonight, we have to sit around. Well, I mean, not us who hate both candidates, but everybody else has to sit around and wait for those votes to be counted, and those are going to more likely go to Clinton.
Well, as someone who submitted an absentee ballot, I can tell you not all of them.
Of course not.
Well, I do think that like if some of these places are so close, and it does come down to that, which we haven't seen, anything quite like that recently. That will be very interesting, and I think it gives grounds for either campaign to not concede or then file some sort of suit, which is
for sure.
Lord help us.
It'll be nice. And that's sad because I think at least all of us on this show would like to go to bed and just go to bed and know who won.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
I'd like to go to bed knowing
it's
over.
Started on the next phase.
I'm not a Hillary supporter, most definitely. I mean, I came back to the GOP to try to ensure that Hillary didn't become president. But I've got to be honest. A part of me really, I know who Hillary is. I know what she is. And as long as we retain the House and the Senate, I don't know what a Trump presidency brings. I don't, I don't like uncertainty. And I'm certain as to what Hillary's agenda is going to be. I'm certain. I don't trust Trump. I don't know. I'm more nervous, maybe more nervous about a Trump presidency. Maybe he'd be great. Who knows? Maybe he would. But I don't like dealing in maybes. I know what Hillary's going to be, and I know how to attack a Hillary presidency. I know how to deal with it. And if we retain the House and the Senate, I know that she can't get much done. But there's too many uncertainties with Trump. It really bugs me. And maybe I'm in the minority here. I don't know. I didn't vote for Hillary. I wouldn't vote for Hillary. I can't stand her. I can't stand the fact that there's a good chance that she's going to be president of the United States. But I know her, and I know what she's going to do, and I know how to attack what she's going to do between now and 2018 and 2020. Does that make sense?
Yeah, man. No,
That's
it's a
how
very.
I kind of felt too. Is that like we can, as a GOP held Senate, if we hold the Senate, if we hold Congress as a GOP Congress, it's like the Hamilton rule. I mean, we can fight her. We can really go after it. And I know that people think that we've been lame ducks and that our congressmen have not. But I think that a lot of that
totally
has to
not
do with
true.
Misunderstanding the fundamental process of government and how it works. It's not true at all. There are so many things that would have passed across and would have been enacted had this Congress not stopped them, had they not been a GOP-held Congress. And so I think, people like Trump and also some of the big, talk radio and pundits on TV have really kind of played into the fearful anger factor and also, saying like, oh, the worthless Congress, worthless GOP leaders, blah, blah, blah. They've really played that up without really, and I think dishonestly, actually. I think they understand it very well, and they are being dishonest about it because they can be, and because it gets ratings, and because they have an invested, interest in something different. But to say that they've just done nothing is crap. We have some really flashy news points that have come across. Obamacare, okay, well, Obama was enacting that regardless, and a GOP opposing it, he'll veto. I mean, there's all sorts of things. Planned Parenthood, defunding
veto
Planned Parenthood,
proof.
also easily a flashpoint type thing that gets a lot of people riled up, but is not actually quite as easy as we made it seem, or people made it seem on Twitter and on Facebook. So no, we have really kept a lot of progressivism from infecting our country and our government. And if you want to talk about some of where a bunch of things started that I think people are really unhappy with, it started with the GOP back in the early 2000s during a W presidency. So that the can of worms was open then, and we've been constricting here and there since then. But I think there's a lot that has not been passed that is just as important as what has.
Absolutely.
Excellent rant, Jen. Excellent rant.
I just want to point out that 270 to win just crashed.
Oh,
what's that?
It's a website where you can mark up the electoral map.
It's coming up for me.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, not coming up for me. Interesting.
It's rigged.
It's rigged.
And I'm.
Oh my god! I just typed in 270 to rig.com.
Did it go to porn?
No.
Oh, I hope not.
Surprised didn't usually the addresses are close like that, Will.
Oh, that's funny.
Guys, it is about that time for a commercial break. So we are going to go pay some bills. And I will see you guys on the other side.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
All writers are prone to becoming so attached to our characters and stories that we struggle to see why a passage may not be working. It takes another set of eyes to help us nurture our writing to full maturity. At Black Wolf Editorial Services, we strive to enable writers to develop and grow, shaping stories into masterpieces that can stand the test of time. Editing services are provided for all genres and all age categories. Services range from critiques of a short story through to line edits of a full-length novel and copy editing for those preparing for publication. We also offer assistance on generating a writer's bio for your websites, as well as help with those book blurbs and promotional material. We won't abandon you to the masses. We want to celebrate with you in your successes. Black Wolf Editorial Services, nurturing your writing into maturity. For a full list of services and prices, visit us at blackwolfeditorial.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control over your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank account, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problems now by calling the experts at Tax Mediation Services and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. Tax Mediation Services is accredited by the Better Business Bureau. Call now for a free case review and a price protection guaranteed quote.
Call Tax Mediation Services now at 800-610-9050. That's 800-610-9050. 800-610-9050.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
This is Slickery Trigger for Rebel Road Tactical. With proper care and feeding, your pistol will be ready when you need it, there to save your life. Shouldn't your gear be that good? Whether you need a holster for comfortable everyday carry or a tough-as-nails holster for your next training course, Rebel Road Tactical has what you need. Check us out on the web at rebelroadtactical.com.
Tired of paying outrageous prices for Viagra? Well, we have great news for you. Now you can finally get Viagra at huge discounts. Healthy Man allows you to save up to $500 on Viagra. Why pay U.S. pharmacy prices of $15 per pill or more when you can get Viagra for less than $3 a pill? Call today and get 40 Viagra pills for only $99. This can cost as much as $600 at your local pharmacy. You can't afford not to call us. If you want Viagra at the lowest prices, never pay $15 a pill pharmacy prices again. Get Viagra for less than $3 a pill. Call 1-800-516-7602 today and save up to $500 and get 40 pills for just $99. Healthy Man is fast, easy, and affordable. Operators are waiting at 1-800-516-7602 to take your call right now. Call 1-800-516-7602. That's 1-800-516-7602. Again, 1-800-516-7602.
All right, I thank you guys for hanging in there with me over that commercial break. So, I believe Jen had some interesting topics she wanted to bring up.
I think it was actually Leslie. Turn it over to her for a second.
I don't really remember what we were talking about. To be honest.
Ballot questions.
It was ballot questions, but I'm going to need Jen to lead off while I get some audio issues straightened out on Leslie's Skype channel, Jen. So why don't you take it away for just a minute? You and Dan and Rick are...
Like, Leslie had brought up about, kind of other ballot issues, and she was saying there were some really bonkers ones on hers.
That was it.
Go ahead.
No, that was the one I was suggesting that we talk about while we're waiting for more results to come in. What were the ballot questions on all of our individual ballots? In Massachusetts, it was really weird and unexpected, and I didn't look at any of the ballot questions until I went to early vote last week. And there were 4 ballot questions. Number 1 was about a new casino. Allowing a new casino or legislation for a new casino. Number 2 was about, in Massachusetts, regulating more standing up and turning around room for farm animals that are going to be killed and eaten in Massachusetts. Number 3 was for more charter schools. And number 4 was legalizing marijuana. So I wanted to check out what all y'all's ballot questions were.
All right, Leslie, before we finish that, we've had someone new join us, and this is her 3rd or 4th time with us. How you doing tonight, Susan?
I'm great, Jesse. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, anytime, darling. We love having you.
Oh, thanks.
Before we get off into the weeds with the ballot questions, Susan, why don't you take a minute and introduce yourself?
I'm Susan Swift. I am a writer and contributor at politichicks.com. I also have a little website called susanswift.net. I am a lawyer, a wife, and one conservative mother.
All right. Thank you.
Yes.
And I have 7 kids. So I'm doing all of this with 7 kids in the other room. So I plugged them in. They're watching the elections and doing homework.
And for those of you unaware, Susan lives on the left coast.
I do. I live in the People's Republic of California. So we are under one-party rule here. The Democrats have effectively made it a one-party state with the new jungle primary that went into effect. And so for most of our choices out here in California, there is no choice. It's either Democrat or other Democrat. We do have a few people that are running that are Republicans and halfway decent, but for the most part, California is lost. So I am the tip of the spear out here fighting the good fight for conservative values in California.
All right. Just a moment, I'm going to bring up Florida because I've got 99.3% reporting, and it is 49.16 Trump, 47.71 Clinton.
I think Florida's going for Trump because I've looked at all of the different counties in there, and even the Broward and Dade, they're all 99% reporting in. So I think he's going to hold Florida. I think Trump is going to hold Florida.
Oh, you got anything on North Carolina?
Let me look. I've been looking all night, and I think North Carolina was very tight, too close to call. I'm looking. Hang on. I do think that Florida is going to stick, unless, of course, they find a few 100,000 votes, stuck on somebody's back of somebody's Honda Civic that they drive in. North Carolina right now, and this is CNN politics website, there's only 86% in. And right now, Trump is holding a lead of about 4%. He's got roughly 1.1 million, no, I'm sorry, roughly 100,000 more votes than Clinton does. But a lot of the big counties aren't reporting in yet. Like Davidson County is only it doesn't have anything in yet. Davidson County is right next to Winston-Salem, so there are key counties in North Carolina. It's just going to be too close to call, even though right now it says 4%.
Interesting, though, Decision Desk Headquarters, which has only called about 10 states, has called North Carolina for Trump.
And CNN projects
I was going to announce
Trump
Decision
wins
Desk is tweeting
Ohio.
We are calling the states of Florida, Missouri, North Carolina, and Ohio for Donald Trump.
Well,
Yep.
that's very
and they don't call anything, really, which is kind of funny.
This
Yeah, but he was supposed to win Missouri, though.
Yeah, but they just recently called it, is all she's saying.
I just heard that they've called Colorado for Clinton.
All right, who's snoring?
What is that?
I don't know. That wasn't me, I
that?
promise. I was muted.
I don't know, but I just muted whatever Skype that was coming in on.
The only person I haven't heard talk is Bill. I think he fell asleep.
Daniel, Bill.
I'm here.
Daniel.
I'm here.
Bill.
Come on, guys. Musketeer roll call.
I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Susan's
I've been sitting
here.
here eating pretzels.
Okay.
I swear we
think
had
it might
somebody
have actually
snoring
been
on the
Dan.
line.
I haven't heard Dan.
I heard that too, but it wasn't me.
Dan?
I'm here.
Dan's here.
One me.
Okay. He's there. Okay, cool. So who in the world was making that noise?
We'll call it
me.
internet traffic.
The mystery of the night. Other than the election. All right. So, Washington Post is actually...
They keep dropping their percentage. They've got 71.4% for Hillary now. That's come down 6% in the last hour. So I'm not sure how this is going to wind up.
Washington Post is leaning to a 49.1% popular vote for Trump, and they're saying he's going to win. Washington Post.
You know that they've just got to be so mad. They're going to hate that. They're hating on it.
That's why. Okay.
And we're going to and the Republicans will absolutely keep the House. That looks like I think the Democrats have picked up one seat or something. So the House it's projected, at least by Fox News, that we are going to control the House. So the House is safe. And from the last time I looked at Senate races, it looks like I don't think we're losing the Senate either. So we might have the Senate and the House.
Well, that'll be nice.
If they can actually get their act together and get something done.
Hey, you know what? They sure as heck won't have any more excuses, because if we keep the Senate, then either we can block any appointment to the Supreme Court until all of the justices, all of the liberal ones die off. I suppose if Hillary Clinton gets in and the GOP controls the Senate, they can just say, no, I don't think so. No, they don't have to confirm. It's just a tradition, but they don't have to confirm. So they could hold off a Hillary liberal crazy nightmare. And if Trump does win, then he's got a list of 20 solid conservative originalists, and then the GOP would actually have to confirm them, and that, they wouldn't have an excuse for not doing it. That would be very, very good for this country.
As long as he does what he says he's going to do.
Hey, if he does half of what he says he's going to do.
I bid it back today in North Carolina and voted for Burr. I can't stand the man. I can't stand him. And I voted for him. Everybody better do, either way, they better do what they're supposed to do. That's all I have to say. Because if things were different right now, I would have voted for a Democrat for the Senate seat in North Carolina. But I didn't. Because that's how much I can't stand Burr. He is an idiot, and he really doesn't deserve the job. But I voted to give him the job. They better do their job.
Interesting in Virginia right now, which is it's 97% reporting. I don't know where it. I think it's 48% Clinton and 46% Trump. Johnson pulled 3%.
Yeah, I've been
That's
reading that one
difference
off
right
all
there.
night.
So once again, one more time, we've gone down this road so many times. The third party candidate has snatched defeat from the jaws of victory if you're a Trump supporter. That once again, now I know Johnson got support from Clinton and Trump, but at the end of the day, if Virginia is accurate, 97%, it looks like it is, Virginia would have been Trump's firewall if he would have been able to get it, and he's only got 46%. Clinton's got 48%. And so Johnson louses it up. Once again, third party. It doesn't work, folks. Third party doesn't work unless we get a much, much stronger primary season where we have really many more people wanting to go third party. Third party ends up just helping Democrats.
Well, I will put it out there right now. Johnson was a weak candidate. The Libertarian Party screwed it up. The Libertarian Party screwed it up. They screwed it up. I'm going to tell you right now that if Austin Peterson had been the nominee, you wouldn't be talking about 3%. You would have been talking about a guy that would have been on the debate stages, and there's movements going on right now that are going to correct the problems of the Libertarian Party. The whole uniparty Republican Democrat thing has got to end. It has to end. That's the problem right now. There really is no difference if you look at it. Difference. Whoever wins right now, what's the difference, really? What is the difference? There is no difference.
Actually, there is.
I've been fighting for this for 13 years of my life, fighting for this, that if you want to have a true republic, it isn't a two-party system. The two-party system is broken. It's been broken for a long time. And if everybody just sits back and says, oh, well, that guy doesn't have a chance, I'm not voting for him, well, that's what you get. That's what you get is this lame two-party system that is just going to keep building big government, and it's just going to keep going on and on and on. And we just may as well sit back and go, okay, we're socialist. Let's just.
But it's not a two-party system. What we have is we have cowards on the Republican side, which should be the conservative and, frankly, the more quasi-libertarian side, which is the notion is very limited government and allow freedom, right? What we should have is we should have more heroes and fewer cowards. We keep putting people up there who are moderates. I mean, even the Bushes, they're just moderates. They keep putting these wishy-washy, squishy, moderate candidates up there. We have not had a full-throated conservative run since Reagan. And
Reagan was the last Republican president to get 2 terms besides George Bush.
So it's not so much the
I wouldn't call George W. Bush a squish, and he's the first Republican president to win 2 terms since Reagan.
Right, that's what I just said.
He was handed a horrible, horrible deck of cards. He really was.
What we have
everybody will sit back and say GW is squishy. He wasn't squishy. He was handed a horrible deck of cards. We were attacked 6 months into his presidency. What was he supposed to do?
He did a brilliant job, but he also grew the government. If you're a libertarian, he grew the government with Homeland Security and a lot of other things. My point is
for reasons, though.
Okay.
There were reasons. I am.
You know what, y'all? I think
I'm not even a
I think all of our
libertarian.
listeners are
Ding, 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 ding. Neutral corners,
Right.
folks.
I
We're
think all
supposed
of
to be
our
actually
listeners
talking about the election results, not who sucks. Because I think we can agree that everybody sucks. Can we move on?
and about what we are.
Rick, why don't you take it away for a moment?
All right, so I think we've pretty much hashed to death that at this point nobody's real happy with the candidates that we have in front of us, but regardless, one of them is going to be president, and at this point, it's still a toss-up. Last I checked, it looked like they have called, they're still not calling Florida, which is a linchpin for Trump. He has to win it to keep going. So far, they're still not calling that one. They have called, I believe, North Carolina, but I can't see it from where I am right now. So as it stands right now, we are still monitoring it. Everything is still too close to call, and we are coming up on the 11 o'clock Eastern hour, so we're about to run out of clock. So we need to start wrapping things up, get things ready to get shut down, and determine if we're going to kick it off and keep going, because we still don't have a decision. Yay. Fun times on election night, folks. It's been fun. It's been crazy.
Rick, I'd promised the guys, mostly Dan and Bill, and anybody else who wants to join.
So down on it.
That I would, at 11 o'clock, I will start a new live stream. This one will be marked explicit, and they can let the fur fly. And Rio from Madison Rising has even said he'll call back in and drop a few F-bombs with us.
Nice. Okay, so we need to make sure folks are aware that this feed that's coming up here in about 10 minutes will not be suitable for small children, and you may want to wait to listen to it if you have children in the room at a later time.
Or put your headphones in.
It is going to be fun because we are internet-based and we are not FCC regulated. We just typically try to follow those rules as much as possible because some of the shows do go to FCC regulated places. So, just a fair warning, in about 10 minutes, the whole thing's going to change.
Yep.
The whole thing burns down.
Hey, I promised the guys for doing their best to keep their mouths in check since 7 o'clock Eastern Time to 11 o'clock Eastern Time that if we were still waiting for answers at 11 o'clock Eastern, that was their reward. Did I not, guys?
Yeah,
You did,
they
and
can
it's
they can start swearing like Hillary does when she talks to the Secret Service.
When she talks to the Secret Service, that's
Exactly. At 11 o'clock.
Hey guys, can I just say something real quick? I just think that this is interesting in a place that is very blue. I'm in Texas, but I'm in Austin. So we normally have, quite a bit that's really blue. And I just was reading a thing from the Travis County clerk here, that in my precinct where I had no lines and nothing going on, that early voting was really, really big. But in my precinct that normally goes, a good 70-30 Democrat versus conservative, Clinton only beat out Trump by less than 1,000 votes.
Wow.
That's really
she's a
big,
hopelessly
actually.
weak candidate. She's very weak.
Yeah. So this is, I mean,
but
so
let me ask you
huge.
this: how many people actually voted?
Well, in my area, actually,
because Clinton just barely won the county that I live in, and the difference was like 300 votes, but only like 6,000 people actually voted.
No, it's several thousand here. In this particular
Billy, I
precinct.
don't get what difference that makes.
Well, we've got a
Who cares
70% voter
how many
turnout.
people voted?
Well,
Of course,
yeah,
it's a
that's
huge
true.
difference.
That's
That's why we have a number system.
Well, okay, but I'm going to tell you that we have usually over
My
a
point
70%
is that if you have 800,000 registered voters and only 6,000 show up, a difference of 300 votes is not really that big of a deal because everybody else just decided to stay home.
But isn't that the same point? Isn't that
No.
the same point that Trump won and a ton of voters stayed home?
No,
Okay.
because that's not the point she was making.
Yes, it
At least-
is.
At least I.
Not in
Well, why don't you let
Texas,
Jen
it's
tell
not.
me what the point she was
Okay,
making was?
so here we go. Usually in my precinct, there's around 7,000 voters. About 5,200 voted. And that's pretty on par. This is a very vote-heavy area. People are registered. They do participate. It's suburbia. So about 5,200 voted. So her winning from with less than 1,000 votes is pretty big. Usually it's way more disparate than that.
But usually there's like 3,000 more people that vote, too.
No. Normally it's around this same size. We usually have about a 70% voter turnout in this precinct, and there was the same kind of voter turnout this time. It's just less people voted Democrat.
Okay, guys, I've got to say this, okay? I have been hanging out most of the night on Bing, watching their election results. That way I didn't get CNN pundits or Fox pundits or whoever it was messing with me. Okay? Bing is leaning...
Oh, by the way, Drudge is reporting that Trump wins Florida, by the way.
Bing has called Florida for Trump as well, and they're kind of like...
And that's, see, Real Clear Politics hasn't called Florida yet, but Drudge has.
So has Bing, and they haven't called anything really. They're way behind the time.
AP called Florida for Trump.
They're getting their stuff from AP.
Carolina.
According to the predictions,
I'll take AP over Drudge.
Yeah, the AP called it for Trump just now. I just got it.
According to the predictions on the election 2016 page on Bing, Trump is going to get it.
How?
I hope so.
Go look it up, Bill.
He would have had to have won New Mexico and Colorado.
Go
He's not
look.
going to win Nevada. How is he going to win?
Go
He's going
look.
to come up
They called
12
New Mexico
electoral votes
for him.
short.
They called New Mexico for him.
Yep.
For Trump?
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
well,
they didn't.
Fox
They called
did.
New Mexico for
I saw
Clinton like
that.
3 hours ago.
Dude, I saw Fox call New Mexico for Trump.
Okay, I'm about to find
Well,
it.
I'm looking at the Real Clear Politics, and they've got it blue right now.
New
For
Mexico
New
is
Mexico.
blue, solid
Yeah,
blue.
I know. They called that hours ago.
But
Right now on Real Clear Politics, Clinton Kane has 131 electoral votes. Trump Pence have 213 because on Real Clear Politics they just added Florida, so we're at 213 for Trump. For the Senate seats, the Democrats have picked up one and the Republicans have lost one, so it's 47-42 Republicans in the Senate. House results: the Republicans lost 2 in the House and the Democrats picked up 2, so the Republicans are going to retain control of the House by 172, retain control of the Senate by 47, and right now Trump is at 213. So depending on these other states, we may have a sweep of all 3 House, Senate, and the White House if the trending is holding. But Real Clear Politics just added Florida in finally. Drudge, obviously, you said that Bing has said it. Trump is winning North Carolina according to Drudge and Ohio.
Bing's got him winning it too.
So,
and Georgia's going Trump from the looks of things. They're also calling Idaho for Trump.
Oh, here's an interesting little tease. This is at the Drudge report. It's one of the above the fold. It's one of the ones in red. Virginia governor gives 60,000 felons the vote. Hillary wins the state by 60,000. So there you go. That's an interesting little take.
You know, I think this is a nice point of debate. Because I have historically been against convicted felons voting, but I read something recently that makes the case for a citizen who has served his or her time. Why wouldn't you restore that? And I'll be interested to hear what y'all say about that.
A lot of states restore them automatically. New York and New Jersey both do. So does Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Oklahoma's law is that they have to have been they have to have completed their sentence and been out for an equal amount of time of their sentence before their voters' rights can be restored, but they do restore them.
Yeah,
what state
most
is that,
states
Ricky?
do.
Oklahoma.
Yeah. What do y'all think about that?
I think if you've done your time and, for lack of a term, you're square with the House, you should be able to have your votes restored.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
Now, if you're still on
I'm not
probation,
really too crazy about felons owning guns, though.
Not guns. your right to vote.
Why can they vote and not own guns then? If it's okay to say, well, you get to determine the future of our country, but you can't have a gun? Nah.
If you're talking about a convicted murderer who served 20 years and got out and is not on parole or probation, they get their right to vote back. Do you really want them owning a gun?
I really don't want them voting. I don't. My point. I don't want them voting or owning a gun.
All right. Well, guess what, folks? Okay. The top of the hour is in 2 minutes. So, I'm going to ask everybody who's on the line with me.
Crazy.
Is there anybody who's not going over into the 11 o'clock hour?
I'm not. I'm going to sleep. I'm getting drunk, going to bed.
All right, Bill?
I'm probably not.
I'll be around.
I'm probably not, but I'll just leave you with my tentative prediction that from listening to the networks, the talking heads, the MSM, they sound worried. They're not jubilant. So I am hopeful. I'm very cautiously hopeful that Trump will be winning the presidency tonight, sometime later tonight as things come in. I probably won't be able to be with you. I'm going to be giving commentary in other places, but that's it's looking good. It depends on a couple of states, and also I'm watching the media tone, and they're worried. They're not happy with what they're seeing, and that tends to be good for a Republican victory.
All right, Susan, why don't you give your social media contact information on the way out?
You can find me on social media at Real Susan Swift. I have a website, susanswift.net, and I write for politichicks.com, and also at Conservative Firing Line.
Ooh, that's a new one since we last had you on.
Yes, ma'am. I'm excited about that. And I've actually got a piece up tonight asking the question whether if Trump edges Hillary tonight, will Hillary go quietly? Will she go gracefully or not?
All right.
I don't think either of them will.
Well, they've always asked about Trump, and everybody's always weighed in on Trump, but no one keeps asking the question, well, will Hillary go politely and quietly? Nobody's bothered
she
to
won't.
ask
She won't.
her Empress.
She won't. Neither one of them would. And glad you came on, Susan. I always love it when you're on.
It's so much fun.
Hey, you got to admit we're different kind of fruits and nutcakes around here.
Oh, you guys are great. It's always fun. And you're polite and nice. Thank you.
We do our best.
And you know what? The best thing is, it's all about the issues, and there's nobody doing really mean ad hominem attacks, so I love that. Thank you.
We sometimes pounce on each other, but yeah.
Yeah, Leslie.
Yeah, but that's just family infighting. It's not
Who said that?
I did.
We leave guests pretty well
love,
alone.
You know, right?
Beating up on brothers and sisters. Whatever. It's what happens.
Right. The best kind of fight.
Don't anybody believe anything Bill says about me. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So thank you very much for Susan. Susan, for joining us once again. You are always welcome on KLRN Radio. Mr. Frog is trying to put in his nightly appearance, folks, but given it's the second time since 7 o'clock. All right. And who else said they were not going through to the next hour?
I'll stay for about a half an hour.
I'm here.
That's about where I'm at. Half an hour or so.
All right.
Here's a little last minute thing. Right now, this is on Fox News. 216 electoral votes for Trump, 202 for Hillary Clinton, because Oregon and California have been called now for Clinton. So we're at 202 to 216. It's tight.
This is very tight. And Susan, we're probably going to be here for about half an hour, 45 minutes, or maybe longer, because who knows how long Dan's going to hang with me.
Oh, I'm good for about a half an hour.
I'm good for a while, but I'm in a different time zone than he is. So.
Well, hey Janet, maybe you and
I'm at. I'm used to doing at least another hour by now.
I can do another half
Rick and I are
hour.
down.
That's fine.
We'll be here.
Billy, you just said you were leaving. You can't quit us.
No, I didn't know it was going to be a half hour, though. I was going to talk for an hour or two.
Come on, Bill. I know.
Whatever.
I can
You have no
I
concept
can sit and
of
swear
time.
for
30 minutes,
minutes.
5 hours before you know what happens.
Oh, I forgot about that part. Holy moly!
I bow out of the swearing part, you guys. I can't. So I will take my leave, and I'm hoping that tomorrow is a brand new day.
All right, Susan, I thank you very much, and you have an outstanding night. And
thank you. God bless America.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Susan. And for the rest of you,
this is Rio of Madison Rising, and you're listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
And I'm going to ask all of you that are listening in, just hang tight. We're going to be right back with a whole fresh stream, all right? All right, I will see you in just a moment.